A far more striking example is of the Oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda
You can get your laptop. Dhyanam.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Param
Nithyanandam, we request every one of you to please come and settle down. We have another minute and a half to begin the yoga session. We request all of you to come and settle down. Please settle down.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Straight, with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. All of you, please settle down. It's time for us to begin. Please sit up straight. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands in front of your heart in the Anjali Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and and let's begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Let us now set the intention for the day. Visualize yourself powerful, strong, building the conscious muscles by performing the Nityananda Yoga. Visualize having a strong and powerful yogic body that is supporting you to manifest your life, manifest the reality that you want, supporting you to manifest Paramashiva, Swamiji himself in your life. Visualize yourself free of any kind of pain, any kind of discomfort. See yourself manifesting all the auspicious qualities of Swamiji throughout the entire day. From the same space, let us now chant the Shiva Mula mantra internally. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 From the same space, let us now enter into the Tattva Achamanam, the ritualistic cleansing process. Please take the Panchapatram and the Uddarni in your hands.
Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, take an Uddarni of water into your right palm. Sip the water from the base of the right palm along with the mantra. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Take another Uddarni of water. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Take another Uddarni of water. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Please wash your hand with an Uddarni of water. With the base of the right thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left along with the mantra. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Again wash your hand. With the tips of the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Again wash your hand. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear and then the left ear. Again wash your hand. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel center, the right chest, the left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch above the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder and then the heart center. Again wash your hand.
We are now going to be entering into the Sankalpa, which is the conscious resolution. Just by having and creating a conscious resolution, you can experience the benefits and experience the goal of manifesting the resolution. Now, please clasp your left hand with your right and place it on your right thigh as we get ready to begin the Sankalpa.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्धे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे लक्ष्मीवेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतु मिथुनमासे कृष्णपक्षे पंचम्यां शुभतिथौ सोमवासरयुक्तायां धनिष्ठा विष्कम्भयोग गरजकरण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्र श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घ निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यजापवर्गवर्ष विश्रानजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपणशाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षण नरहारह तजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमदृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समयकर्त्र सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कत्र साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिलम कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासम करिष्ये. Please wash your hand with an uddani of water. Om apa upasprishya.
Now, please place your Panchapatram and Uddarni aside. Let us enter into the Nityananda Yoga. I request every one of you to please stand up. All of you, please stand up. Let's begin by stretching ourselves, warming ourselves up, and then enter into the yoga for the day. Now, let us begin by rotating our neck. Please start by rotating your neck clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction slowly. Rotate it in the other direction. Now, interlock your hands behind your neck and apply gentle pressure as you bend your neck forward and down, and hold there for a few seconds, and then push your neck towards the back and hold there for a few seconds. Bend forward and backward. Stretch your neck out when you're doing it. Relax. Let's now start rotating our hands. Make big circles as you rotate your hands. Please rotate your hands in the clockwise and then switch the directions. Rotate it in the anti-clockwise direction. Bend your elbows and rotate your shoulders. Bend your elbows and you can rotate your shoulders. And the other direction. Now relax. You're going to stretch yourself to the left and right. So you're just going to leave your body loose and rotate yourself to the left and right. Twist yourself to the left and right. Come on, twist, twist, twist. All of you twist your body. Leave your body loose and twist. As you're turning backward, you're going to look backward as well. So you're twisting completely. Now bend forward and down, trying to bring your hands towards the ground, and bend forward and down. Swing yourself to the bottom, pushing yourself towards the ground. Come on, all of you, swing yourself to the bottom. Try to touch the ground. If you're able to touch the ground, push your hands in the gap between your feet and relax. Come back to a standing position. We are now going to stretch our hands. Stretch your hands out. Please stretch your hands, and then the other direction, the other hand. Switch the hands. Now stretch your hands, interlock your hands and stretch them above your head. Stretch your shoulders out, interlock your hands and raise them all the way up towards the sky. Push your hands up, stretch it out nicely and bend towards the left and right. Bend towards the left and right, stretching yourself. Now, interlock your hands behind your back and push your body towards the ground. Bend forward and down and try to push your hands towards the ground as well. Come on, stretch, stretch, stretch and push it down. Swing yourself a little, trying to push your hand towards the ground. Slowly relax and come back to a standing position. Let's rotate our wrist. Please rotate your wrists. Rotate it in the other direction. Now pull your wrist towards you, forward and backward, and stretch your wrist and forearms. Shake your wrist out. Now let's rotate our hips. Rotate it in the clockwise direction. Then in the anti-clockwise direction. Now move on to your knees, rotate your knees. Rotate your knees clockwise, and then you're going to rotate it in the anti-clockwise direction. Please rotate your knees. The other direction. Now move on to your ankles. You're going to rotate your ankles, your foot. Lift one leg off the ground and the other leg, start rotating the ankles. The other leg. All right, good. So now we are going to start with the skeleton dance. So you start moving your body, your hands, your legs. You're going to start walking towards the front and back of your mat. You're going to get into the groove. We're going to play the song and you're going to shake yourself, shake your hands, your legs, your neck and everything completely. Start moving to the front and back of your mat, shaking your hands, shaking your legs. Let us now enter into the skeleton dance. Please begin. Come on, start shaking, start shaking. Come on, start shaking. Come on, shake, 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 shake. Come on, move your hands, move your legs. Come on, go faster. I don't see people are moving. Come on, shake, 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 shake. Close your eyes if you want, but start shaking. Female side, they are shaking. Where is the male side? Male, everyone is just standing. Come on. All the men, start moving your hands. Don't be constipated. Come on, move, move, move. Come on, last 30 seconds. Go faster.
Nityanandam, 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 Anandam, Nityanandam, Anandam, Nityanandam, 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 Anandam, Nityanandam, Anandam, Nityanandam, 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 Anandam, Nityanandam, Anandam, Nityanandam, 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 Anandam, Nityanandam, Anandam.
Stop wherever you are, stand still. Inhale and exhale deeply. Visualize the breath flowing into you all the way from your knees and then slowly exhaling. Inhale deeply, visualizing the breath flowing in all the way from your knees, filling your lungs and your entire body. And then once again, you're going to slowly exhale. Keep your mouth closed. Some of you are having your mouth open. Keep your mouth closed. Inhale only through your nose. Inhale and exhale deeply. See your entire body radiating energy. Your entire body flowing with energy. Feel the blood circulating intensely through your veins, through your muscles. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Now, slowly open your eyes and settle down. Please settle down. Come to a seated position. Come to a seated position. Now, from the same seated position, interlock your hands at the back. All of you, please settle down. Interlock your hands at the back, and then you're going to bring your forehead to the ground, bend forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground. Bring your forehead to the ground, bend forward and down. You can slightly raise your hands so it pushes your back, your forehead to the ground. Hold down, breathe in and breathe out. Slowly come back to a seated position. Now we are going to perform the Ardha Paschimottanasana. So in which case you're going to stretch one leg out, bend the right leg and place it on the inner thigh of your left leg. Stretch your left leg out, bend your right leg and place it on the inner thigh of the left. Now bend forward and down. As you bend down, you're going to exhale and then bend down. Bend down, try to hold on to your feet. You're going to bounce yourself. You're just going to hold your feet and try to pull yourself towards the ground. As you bounce yourself towards the ground, as you come down, you're going to exhale. As you go up, you're going to inhale. Come on, all of you, push yourself. All the Adinavasis, KAILASavasis, give the participants a slight and gentle push. Come on, try to push yourself to the ground. Push. Okay, now switch the legs. Come on, all of you, bend down with the other leg stretched in front of you. Repeat the same. Push yourself towards the ground. Try to hold on to your feet. Either hold on to your feet or your calf, wherever you're able to reach. Hold, but pull yourself toward the ground. As you push yourself to the ground, you're going to exhale and go down. So whenever you exhale, the bending becomes much easier. You'll be able to bend a lot compared to when you're not exhaling. So as you go down, exhale and go down. Relax. Come back to a standing position. Stretch both your feet out in front of you. We're going to repeat the same. Now, once again, hold on to your ankles, hold on to your feet and bend down and forward. Try to bring your forehead as close as possible towards your knees. Come on, all of you, bend. Push yourself to the ground, bend. Please bend down. Bend forward and bend down. Okay, yes. So now you're going to hold on to interlock your hands behind your neck. Interlock your hands behind your neck. Now you're going to bring your forehead towards your thighs, which means you're going to arch your back. Okay, the goal is not for you to touch your feet, but the goal here is for you to arch your back. Come on, all of you. Hold on, interlock your hands behind your neck and arch your back. Pulling yourself towards the ground, arch yourself, come on. Okay, relax. All right, relax. Okay, please come to a standing position. All of you, please stand up on your mats. Please stand up on your mats. We are now going to be entering into the Sakala Vinyasa Krama for the day. So we're going to be continuing from where we left off yesterday. So yesterday we were performing the various asanas which are related to standing on one leg. So we're going to continue from there. So yesterday we started doing with our right leg on the ground and lifting our left. So we're going to repeat that. And then we'll be moving on to the opposite leg as well. So first, stand with both your feet together. Please stand with both your feet together. Now, lift your left leg and place it against the right knee. Lift your left leg. Please lift your left leg and place it against your right knee, only at the knee level. Bring your hands in front of your heart, palms together in front of your chest in the Anjali Mudra. Balance yourself, gazing at one point in front of you. Once you are comfortably balancing in this position, now bring your gaze towards your nose, gaze towards the tip of your nose, and try to balance yourself. Bring your gaze to the nose and try to balance yourself. Visualize yourself as a tree in your inner space, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वाम ऊना मूलमाजमना पगने राखिने उभा रहे भूते मतांतरनु वृक्षासन कहे वायछे.
Relax. The next asana we are going to perform is going to be Kamasana. In Kamasana, you are going to bring your left foot and place it. Sorry, you're going to bring your left foot and place it on top of your right thigh. Place your left foot on top of your right thigh. Now from this position, you're going to squat down, touching your pinky finger to the ground and come back. And then come back to a standing position. So this is Kamasana. You're going to go down, try to hold there as long as you can, and then come back to a standing position and then repeat. So your left foot is on top of the right thigh and you bend down, squat down with your little finger and then come back to a standing position. All of you please continue to perform Kamasana and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, embodying pure love, unconditional love, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
नितंबे च पादगोष्ठी हस्ताभ्यामंगुलीजकम् अथ कामासनं वक्षे कामसंगेन हेतुना.
Relax. Relax, just shake your feet out. The next asana we are going to perform is going to be Vimanasana. So in Vimanasana, once again you are going to bring your left foot and place it on top of your right thigh. Place your left foot on top of your right thigh. And this time you are going to once again squat down, but place your hands on top of your knees. And squat down to a position similar to sitting on a chair. Hands on your respective knees and then bringing your gaze to the nose. So this is Vimanasana. Come on, try to squat down as much as you can. And when you're not able to hold it anymore, then you can slowly come back and repeat it again. While doing this, you're going to visualize yourself as traveling in an ancient Vimana, a Hindu aircraft, capable of crossing into various different dimensions with the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
एकं पादं भूमौ निधाय नितंबं जानुप्रदेश आनीय द्वितीयं पादं जानुनी निधाय तिष्ठेत् विमानासनं भवति.
Relax. The next asana we are going to do is going to be Ardhapadasana. So every time when we are switching over from one asana to the other, you can shake your feet off. So the next asana now we are going to perform is Ardhapadasana. So in Ardhapadasana, once again, you are now going to bend your left leg and bring it against the side of your right knee. Place your left leg against the side of your right knee. Bring your palms in front of your heart in the Anjali Mudra. Now bring your gaze to the nose once again. Gaze at the tip of your nose. As you do this, you're going to visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space. Hold the position. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
ऊभा रहीने डावा पगने फनजमना पगना धीचना उत्तरणा भागमा अडाड़ी राखवीते अर्धपादासन कहे वायचे.
Drop your feet. Just shake it out. So the next asana we are going to perform is going to be Uttita Trivikramasana. In Uttita Trivikramasana, you're going to stand on your right leg. So once again, you're going to shift your weight onto your right leg and then hold on to your left leg. Bend your knee and hold on to your left leg, either at your calf muscles or your feet, wherever you're able to hold. And from there, you're going to stretch that leg as high as possible towards the sky and balance on one leg as you perform the Uttita Trivikramasana. Come on, try to hold and stretch it out as much as you can. Balance yourself, try to stretch it up towards the sky. Try to push your feet towards the sky. You can either hold your feet or your ankles or your calf muscle or your knee, wherever you're able to hold. Take the support of your hands and then push your feet up towards the sky and visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तान कूर्म पीठम च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Relax. The next asana we're going to perform is going to be Natarajasana. In Natarajasana, now the same foot that we lifted, which is our left foot, instead of lifting it towards the back, we are first going to bend our left leg behind our butt. So you're going to bend it. Hold on to it with your left hand. Bend your left leg backwards. Come on, all of you, bend your left leg backwards. Please bend your left leg backward. Now, from this position, hold on to it with your left hand. Hold on to it with your left hand. Now once you hold on to your left foot with your left hand, then you're going to slowly stretch the right hand, trying to hold your left from behind you and then hold the position. So in this position, you're getting your feet as close as possible towards your head and you're going to gaze at one point in front of you that is going to help you retain this posture. So this is Natarajasana 2. We can do it as much as possible. How much ever you're able to bend yourself towards the back, try to do that. The Adinavasis and Kailasavasis can support the participants to balance themselves, support each other to balance. Come on, but try all of you, female team especially, all of you bend, raise your leg behind you. Try to stretch it as much as you can. While performing this, you're going to visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
शलभासनभेदाश्च नटभेरुण्डनामके गण्डभेरुण्डसहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा
Relax. Yes, relax, relax, relax. The next asana we are going to be performing is actually a Karana. It's a Lata Vrikshika Karana. The next Karana we are going to do is going to be Lata Vrikshika Karana. So first, let's get into the Aramandi position. Bring your heels together and toes pointing outward. Knees slightly bent. Now, bend your left knee and keep the heel behind the butt. Bend the knee, left knee, keeping the left heel behind the butt. Now, keep the right hand next to the chest with the fingers pointed up. Keep the right hand, fingers pointed up, and the left hand stretched out, fingers slightly bent towards the ground. This is the Lata Vrikshika Karana. Have a slight bend in your right knee as you perform the Lata Vrikshika Karana. Come on, hold for a few more seconds. And relax. Relax. Now, we are performing the Purna Padasana. Stand tall with your feet together. Toes together, feet together. Palms by the side of your hips. Palms by the side of your hips. Close your eyes. Stand straight and stand still. Open your shoulders. Raise your chest. Close your eyes. Feet together. Come on, all of you, feet together. Some of you are having gap between your feet. Get your feet together. Toes together, feet together. All of you, feet together. Close your eyes. Stand still. Now perform the Ujjayi Pranayama, where you inhale through your nose and your mouth, and then slowly exhale through your nose. As you perform the Purna Padasana, relax your entire body. Focus on your breathing, performing the Ujjayi Pranayama. Keep your eyes closed. Now, visualize Swamiji in your inner space with the internal japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
forward, left foot which is back, pointed sideways. Now slowly bend the right knee and bring the right hand to the ground as well. So right knee is bent and right hand to the ground, and your left hand is pointed upward, all the way straight. So you can bend your right knee as much as you can to bring your palm flat on the ground, and at the same time make sure your left leg which is behind is straight. Try to open your chest as much as possible. Roll your hips to the side, open your chest out to the side, push yourself as much as you can towards the side, making your entire upper body and legs in one line. So all the way from the shoulders to the legs in one line. So in this asana, we'll be visualizing Swamiji in our inner space. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka, inhaling through the back of your throat as deeply as you can and exhaling through the nostrils. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles, and internally we'll be chanting the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Saptachakrachalanaya Vrikshasana Visheshakan Jananendriya Dadadya Konabeda Samabhyaset. Slowly relax. Slowly bring your feet together. Rise up. Bring your feet together. The next asana we are moving into is Parivritta Trikonasana. So the next asana is Parivritta Trikonasana. Now in Parivritta Trikonasana, once again, bringing our right foot forward. Bringing your right foot forward and keeping the left foot back. Once again, your right foot is pointed forward. Your right foot is pointed forward. Your left leg is pointed to the side. And now stretch both of your hands to the side. Stretch both of your hands to the side. And now your left hand, take your left hand and slowly move towards your right leg and bring your left hand outside of the right leg. Bring Saptachakrachalanaya Vrikshasana Visheshakan Jalanendriya Dadadya Konabeda Samabhyaset. Slowly relax. Slowly untwist yourself and come into a standing position. Bring your feet together. Bring your feet together. Stand relaxed as we now move into the next asana, which is Virabhadrasana 3. So now in Virabhadrasana 3, we are going to be keeping both of our feet together. Keep the feet together. And now firmly plant your right leg on the ground. So slightly tilt yourself onto the right leg. You're going to be raising your left leg back. So preparing for that, firmly plant your right leg on the ground. Your right leg is nice and firm on the ground. Slightly you can lean onto your right leg, bringing the entire weight of your body onto your right side so that your left leg is free to move. And then slowly lean forward, tightening your muscles in the leg and pushing yourself forward. Slowly lean forward and down and raise the left leg up. Push your entire upper body down. Stretch your hands forward. Keep your palms facing each other with the fingers pointed forward. Look down at one particular point. That will help you balance. Bring the drishti point, a gaze on a particular point in front of you. And in your inner space, we'll be visualizing Lord Veerabhadra. Push yourself as much as you can, and if you feel your legs are paining, relax for a moment. Take a quick 5 seconds break and then get back into the asana. Let's stay there as long as we can. Lean forward and down. Let's all lean forward and down and stay there, visualizing Lord Veerabhadra in our inner space and internally chanting the japa. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Marichim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Slowly relax. Come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. You can shake your feet out if you want. And now we move into the next asana, which is Dakshina Padasana. So in Dakshina Padasana, once again firmly planting the left leg on the ground. So firmly let's plant our left leg on the ground. Once again, slightly lean on to the left leg. Slightly lean on to the left leg so that your right leg is completely free to move. And now you can hold your leg, or using the muscles of your leg, slowly lift your foot forward as high as you can. Lift your foot forward as high as you can. And you can even hold your leg if you need. If you're not able to balance, if you're not able to hold your leg up, you can use the support of your hands. As much as possible, try to avoid so that you get the entire effect of the asana that has to come to your body, that has to come to your legs. And in your inner space, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka, inhaling through your mouth as deeply as you can. Make sure you're performing the pranayama. That is what is going to help you to perform the asana even better. Because only when there is enough prana in your body, you'll be able to perform the asana completely. So inhale as deeply as you can through your mouth and exhale through the nostrils in the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Also performing the Mula Bandha will help you to tighten your legs. So keep your entire lower body tight as you perform this asana. You can perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles, which will also help you raise your legs forward and keep your balance at the same time. And internally, we'll chant the japa. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Jimene Pagame Purababanine Jamene Apane Mam Hoya Babo Karidabe Page Ube Rahevate.
Yes. Let us now move on to the next asana. The next asana we are going to be performing is going to be Matantara Vrikshasana. So in Matantara Vrikshasana, this time with our left leg planted firmly onto the ground, we are going to lift our right leg and place it towards the side of our left knee. Please lift your right leg and place it in the inside of the right knee. Now bring your hands in front of your heart in the Anjali Mudra. Balance yourself firmly in the position. Balance yourself firmly in the position. Once you have found your balance, now bring your gaze towards your nose, towards the tip of your nose, and try to balance. Please balance yourself. Visualize a tree in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
वाम ऊना मूलमा जमना पगने राखिने उभा रहे भूते मतांतरनु वृक्षासन कहे वा यछे.
Relax. The next asana we are going to do is going to be Kama Asana. It is the 392nd asana that we are going to be performing now. So in Kama Asana, now you're going to bend your right leg and place it on your left thigh. Please bend your right knee, place your right foot on the left thigh. Place your left foot on your right thigh. Now from this position, you're going to squat down, bringing your little fingers touching the ground, and hold as long as you can before you raise up again and then squat down. We are now performing the Kama Asana. I request all of you to squat down, bring your pinkies, your little finger, touch it to the ground, hold there as long as you can, and then you can slowly come back to the standing position, and then you're going to repeat it. While performing the Kama Asana, you're going to visualize Swamiji embodying pure love and unconditional love and blessing you with the internal japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
नितंबे च पादकोष्ठी हस्ताभ्याम अंगुलीयकम अथ कामासनं वक्षे कामसंगेन हेतुना.
Relax, shake your feet out. Just kick your feet off, shake your feet out. The next asana that we are going to now be performing is going to be Vimanasana. So in Vimanasana, once again you're going to bring your right foot on top of your left thigh and you're going to squat down. Place your hands on your respective knees and squat down as much as you can. While doing this, you're going to visualize yourself in the Hindu aircraft, crossing across various different dimensions in your inner space. You're going to visualize yourself as that. Come on, all of you, squat down. Try to bring yourself as low as possible towards the ground. Hold the position. Visualize yourself traveling in the Hindu aircraft, in the Vimana, with the internal japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
एकं पादं भूमौ निधाय नितंबं जानुप्रदेश आनीय द्वितीयं पादं जानुनी निधाय तिष्ठेत् विमानासनं भवति.
Relax. Once again, shake your feet off. Shake your feet, shake your feet. The next asana we are now going to be performing is going to be Ardha Padasana. So in Ardha Padasana, now you're going to bring your right foot and place it against your left knee. Place your right foot against your left knee. Right foot against your left knee. Now from this position, place your hands in front of your heart in the Anjali Mudra. Balance yourself. Bring your hands in front of your heart in the Anjali Mudra. Balance yourself. Stand still. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And the internal japa, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उभारहिने डाबा पगने फनजमना पगना धीजना उत्तरना भागमा अडाडी राखवीते अर्धपादासन कहेवा यछे.
Relax, drop your feet. Next, we are going to be performing the Uttita Trivikramasana. So, in the Uttita Trivikramasana, you are going to be standing on your left leg, and then you are going to lift your right leg off the ground. Lift your right leg off the ground, and you can either interlock your hands around your feet or try to hold on to your calf muscles and pull it as high as possible towards your head. You're going to try and pull your feet as high as possible towards your head. Even if your knees are bent in the initial phases, that is fine. Try to pull your feet as high as possible towards the sky. Lift, 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 try and lift and hold. While we perform the Uttita Trivikramasana, you're going to be visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Come on, all of you, at least lift and hold as much as you can. Lift and hold as much as you can with the internal japa, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तान गुर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुणमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Relax, drop your feet down. The next asana is Nataraja Asana. So as you stand on your left foot, you're going to be bending your right leg behind, holding on to it with your right hand, and then bend forward as you stretch your feet backward. Bend forward as you stretch your feet backward and try and hold on with both your hands. So this is the variation that we're going to do. Now for you to begin, you can focus and try to pull your feet backward, hold on to it with your right hand and focus on bending forward and lifting your leg as high as possible towards the sky, and try to hold in this position before you get your hand backward. Come on, all of you, balance yourself on the left and then focus on bending your right leg behind your head. Come on, pull it as high as you can. Pull it as high as you can. Now while doing this, you're going to visualize Lord Nataraja in your inner space with the internal japa, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Relax. Next, we are going to be performing the Latha-Vrishchika Karana. So this time with the Latha-Vrishchika Karana, you are going to be bending your right leg behind, bringing your right heel behind your butt. And place your right hand in front towards the side of your hand, towards the side of your body, stretch it out, and the left hand, palms facing up, placed in front of your heart, palms facing up. Have a slight bend in the knee on which you are standing, bend it slightly. Hold the position in Latha-Vrishchika Karana. Few more seconds and relax. Relax. The next asana that we are going to be performing is going to be Kaupinasana. Now stand tall on your toes, feet together, heels of the ground. Stand tall on your toes and bring your hands to the groin center. Cup your hands around the genital area and remain steady. Stand tall. Heels of the ground. Come on, all of your heels off the ground. You're standing on your toes. Lift your heels off the ground and hold up. Hold yourself up. Hold the position. Visualize yourself as Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Vrishnadaitalingam urumadhye gadham dhritva charanagrabhyam statavyam kaupinasanam bhavati.
Relax. Now we are going to be entering into the Tipakara Asana. So in this, you're going to partner up. Please partner up. So now we are going to be showing what the asana itself is, and then we'll show you how to partner up and get to this. So in this asana, you're going to actually do a center split. So you're going to split your feet completely to the side and bring your butt onto the ground. You're going to sit down with both your feet completely split apart. This is the asana. So to get to this asana, what you can do is get yourself a partner. Now, as you sit along with your partner, you're going to face each other, and then you're going to, so one partner is going to stretch the feet out, while the other is going to use the leg, hold on to each other's hand, and pull such that the feet is pushed towards the side. Apply gentle pressure and keep pulling so the feet moves backward. Yes, come on, all of you partner up. All of you partner up. Where you feel the pain, you're going to hold there and you're going to breathe. Take deep and long breaths when the pain starts. Come on, come on, come on. Push, push, push yourself, push yourself. You're going to pull the partner's hand also slightly, so that way the leg is engaged. And then you can switch partners. You can do it on the other side. Slowly move your feet together. Yes, come on, all of you do it. Switch partners and repeat. Switch partners and repeat. Ma Sevika, did you do Ma? I didn't see you. Come on, have somebody to push you. Yes, split and hold the position while doing this. You're going to visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breaking any obstacles that you have in your life, manifesting the reality that you want. And the internal japa, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
आसन को गुण शरीर को सो जाइए.
Okay, relax. The next asana is going to be Parasana. So in Parasana, first, all of you can come back to your mats. All of you can come back to your mats. So what we are now going to do is we are going to be, as you can see, you are going to be having your right leg forward, bend your right knee and your left leg pointing outward. Twist yourself towards the front. So you're going to sit down on your hips from the side. You're going to sit on your hips. Okay, from the side, you're just going to twist yourself a little, bringing your hips onto the ground. And stretch. Hold the position. Let your hips go down. Try to keep your back feet straight. Stretch out your back foot. Hold there. Come on, all of you do it. Hold the position. Now bend your toes. The back toe, bend it and place it onto the ground. Bend your back toes, the feet that is stretched at the back, bend the toes and place the toes on the ground, heels of the ground. And once again, stretch yourself to the top. Okay, now from this position, we are next going to be entering into the Parasana. So in Parasana, you are going to be bringing your right leg stretched out in front of you and sit down on your hips. So what you can do is that you also swing yourself in this position. So you're going to keep your feet as much as possible and slide down, placing your hands by the side. Try to slide down, pushing yourself more and more closer towards the bottom. Come on, all of you, right foot forward. First, get your right foot forward. How much ever you're able to bring it, bring your right foot forward. Place your hands by the side of your hips and then try to slide yourself. Try to slide yourself with the support of your hands, pushing yourself towards the ground. Come on, all of you do it. It's not break time. Continue, continue. Try to go down. Hold yourself where you feel the pain or discomfort. Hold yourself there. and breathe in and breathe out. Come on, hold it. Hold yourself in the position. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
आसन को गुण चौरासी बाई जारी पवन तरल बहे.
The next asana that we are going to be performing is going to be Pinda Mayurasana. So just before we enter into the Pinda Mayurasana, all of you get your feet together. Get your feet together. Heels at your perineum, and you're going to flap your feet, your thighs, stretching yourself. Come on, push yourself, place your hands on your thighs, on your knees, and push it towards the ground. Apply pressure on your own knees and push your feet onto the ground. Push your knees onto the ground. Relax, stretch your feet out and shake your feet off. Okay, so the next asana now we are going to be entering into is the Pinda Mayurasana. So in Pinda Mayurasana, you're going to first get into a kneeling position. Okay, you're going to get into a kneeling position. From here, place both the hands on the ground with your fingers pointing backwards. Fingers pointing backwards. Now bring your elbows close to your navel center. Bring your elbows close to your navel center. And from this position, you're going to enter into the Mayurasana, lifting your feet off the ground. Once you are lifted, then you're going to try and bring your right leg forward. Just try to stretch it towards the side. As we perform the Pinda Mayurasana, so all of you can focus on getting into the Mayurasana position first. Okay, let's all do the Mayurasana first. So in Mayurasana position, first all of you on your knees, let's do this together. Every one of you get on top of your knees. So from here, your palms, your fingers are facing backward. Okay, now you're going to bend your elbows and tuck it under your navel center. So once you tuck your elbows in the navel center, then you're going to slightly move your head forward, lift your knees off the ground, and then slowly lift one foot off the ground at a time, and then hold the position. So this is Mayurasana. Now the asana that we are doing right now, which is Pinda Mayurasana, is going to be a variation in this. So you're going to bend your right leg, place it in front of you like this, and then once again you're going to bring your elbows closer to your stomach and then lift the foot, both your feet off the ground. So this is Pinda Mayurasana. So before we enter into this variation, please perform the normal Mayurasana. Come on, all of you, try to enter into the Mayurasana position. Even if you're not able to lift your feet off the ground, try to lift your knee off the ground in the position and hold there. Try to lift your knee off the ground and hold there. Now visualize yourself as a peacock in your inner space as you perform the Pinda Mayurasana, and the internal japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
एकं पादं मयूराग्रे प्रसाद्यैकं मयूरवते इदं पिण्डमयूराख्यं सर्वव्याधिविनाशकम्.
Relax and lie down on your back. All of you lay down on your back. It's time for Shavasana. Relax and lie down. Inhale and exhale deeply and relax.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Slowly bring the awareness back to your body. Slowly move your fingers and your toes. Move your knees, bend your knees. Bend your knees and bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your knees towards your chest. Hug your knees and roll yourself to the left and right. Roll yourself to the left and right. And slowly come back to a seated position. We are now going to enter into a round of power manifestation. This time, please partner up with someone you have not partnered earlier. Partner yourself up with somebody who you have not partnered earlier. Please pair up. Please partner up. Come on, please partner up. All of you partner up. In today's round of power manifestation, we are going to be identifying, once again, we are going to be identifying any kind of injury or hurt or disease that your partner has been going through, and then ask Swamiji to show you the reason for it, the source of it, the source of the pain or the injury, or what happened, when that happened. You're going to identify all of these details, and then you're going to provide healing through your third eye. Now, we're going to begin by chanting the Mahavakya. Chant the Mahavakya internally and continuously. Establish yourself in the space of oneness with Swamiji. And then ask Swamiji to show you the details. Let's begin.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Now, share the details with your partners. What Swamiji showed. Please share the details with your partners. Share as many details as possible. What exactly happened? What is the issue? What Swamiji showed as when it happened. And go ahead. Share the details with your partners. Share it with each other. And then you're going to provide healing. You're once again just going to enter yourself into that space of oneness with Swamiji. And just see that your partner is getting healed from that injury or from the pain. Please share the details with each other.
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
It's now time for us to conclude the session with the Purna Mantra. All of you, please sit straight. Bring your hands in front of your heart in the Anjali Mudra. Let's end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you, everybody. Let's gather back in 10 minutes for the puja. Thank you all. Nityanandam.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Nityanandam, we welcome all the participants for today's Pada Puja. We request all the participants to please be seated. Please settle down with your puja kits. Please settle down with your puja kits. Let us now begin with the Pratyaksha Pada Puja today. Before we begin the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja today, we request all the Pada Puja participants and everybody else who is participating in this puja to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to this, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists?
Yes.
Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivamam, is the Chinmaya Vigraha, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy.
Yes.
I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivamam, Sri Nityandeshwara Paramashiva, Sri Nityandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, Guru Padukas, and the Atmalinga are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that whatever I offer during the Pada Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, and during the Paramashiva Puja to Sri Nityandeshwara Paramashiva, Nityandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him.
Yes.
Yes. Let us now begin the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. With the Sadguru Vandanam, please take a few flowers in your hands. Bring your hands into the Anjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nityananda Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam Lalate Tripundri Nitilakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Puranmala Dhara Spurita Katika Upina Vasanaha Dathano Dustaram Shirasi Bhanirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. Next, we'll be performing the Tattvachamanam. Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, take anudanya of water into your right palm. Sip the water from the base of the right palm along with the mantra. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Take another udanya of water. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Take another udanya of water. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Please wash your hand with an udanya of water. With the base of the right thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Again wash your hand. With the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Again wash your hand. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear, and then the left ear. Again wash your hand. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel center, the right chest, the left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch above the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder, and then the heart center. Again wash your hand. Next is the Shuklam Vardhanam. Please take a few flowers and akshata in your hands. Clench your hands into the Mushti Mudra and tap the sides of the forehead along with the mantra. Shuklambaradharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarvavighnopashantayet. Next is the Pranayama. Please perform the inhalation, retention and exhalation of the breath along with the mantra. Om Ham Ishanamurdan Om Him Tattrishavaktrayan Om Hum Agorahritan Om Him Amdev Gukhayan Om Ham Satyajatamartan Om Hamdan Om Him Shritan Om Hum Shikan Om Him Kochan Om Hum Netribyan Om Mastrayan Maha Om Ham Ishanamurdan Om Him Tattrishavaktrayan Om Hum Agorahritan Om Him Amdev Gukhayan Om Hum Satyajatamartan Om Hamdan Om Him Shritan Om Hum Shikan Om Him Kochan Om Hum Netribyan Om Mastrayan Maha Om Ham Ishanamurdan Om Him Tattrishavaktrayan Om Hum Agorahritan Om Him Amdev Gukhayan Om Satyajatamartan Om Ham श्रुतान्मों ह्रीं शिरसेन्मों हुं शिखान्मों ह्रीं कवचान्मों हुं नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ॐ सहस्राय नमः. Now touch your right ear and then bring your hands into the Sankalpa Mudra. Clasp your hands and place them on the right thigh. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa, creating the conscious resolution, the intention to manifest your reality. ॐ ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्धे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे लक्ष्मीवेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतु मिथुनमासे कृष्णपक्षे पञ्चम्यां शुभतिथौ सोमवासरयुक्तायां धनिष्ठा नक्षत्र वैधृति योग तैतिलकरण एवं गुण विशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्र श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् ऋषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणमद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्तमङ्गल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् नित्यानन्द परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन्मुक्तिप्राप्त्यर्थं श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये। Now dropping the akshata and the flowers onto your right hand side, rinse your hand with an udarnya of water. Om apa upasprisya. Next is the Ghantanada. Now please take the bell in your left hand. Hold it at the level of your heart center and ring the bell along with the mantra. Om agamarthantu devanam gamanarthantu rakshasam घंटानादं करोम्यादौ देवता ह्वानलाञ्चनं घंटा देवताभ्यो नमः. Next is the offering of the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Now, the meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: I offer a seat in the lotus of my heart, which is anointed with the nectar from the 1,000-petaled lotus. I offer water for washing the feet, and I offer my mind as water for offering. With the same nectar, I offer the water for sipping and bathing. The element of space becomes the clothing, and the essence of fragrance becomes the perfume. Let the mind be offered as a flower bouquet, and the life breath become the incense. The element of tejas, the self-effulgent light, becomes the lamp, and the ocean of nectar becomes the food offering. The unstruck sound becomes the bell, and the element of air becomes the fan. The 1,000-petal lotus becomes the umbrella, and the principle of sound becomes the song. All the activities of the senses and the vagaries of the mind become the dance. I offer the garland of lotuses as a beautiful girdle, various kinds of flowers. I worship the divine consciousness with the flowers of pure emotions such as absence of deceit, ego, attachment, pride, delusion, hypocrisy, hatred, agitation, envy, and greed. The wise know these as the 10 flowers. The non-violence is the supreme flower, and the control of senses is also a flower. Compassion, forgiveness, and wisdom, these are the 5 flowers. Thus, with these 15 flowers of pure emotions, I worship Paramashiva. Let us now enter into the Manasa Puja. Please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Kurma Mudra. Offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Om Hritpadmamasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutamritaihi Padyam Charanayor Dadyat Manastu Arghyam Nivedayet Tenamritena Achamaniyam Snaniyam Tena Chaspritam Akashatattvam Vastram Syat Gandhasyat Gandhatatvakam Chittam Prakalpayet Pushpam Dhupam Pranan Prakalpayet Tejastattvam cha Deepartham Naivedyam Syat Sudham Buddhihi Anahatadhvanir Ghanta Vayutattvam cha Chamaram Sahasraram Bhavet Chatram Shabdatattvam cha Geetakam Drittamindriya Karmani Chanchalyam Manasastatha Sumekhalam Padmamalam Pushpam Nana Vidham Tatha Amayadyair Bhava Pushpaihi Archayet Bhava Gocharam Amayam Manahankaram Aragam Mamadam Tatha Amohakamadam Pancha Advesha Akshobhakau Tatha Amatsaryam Malobhamcha Dashapushpam Vidurbudhaha Ahimsa Paramam Pushpam Pushpam Indriya Nigraha Daya Pushpam Kshama Pushpam Jnana Pushpancha Panchamam Idi Panchadashair Bhava Pushpaihi Sampujayet Bhagavantam Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Next is the offering of the Upachara Puja, the external worship. The first is the Asana, the offering of the seat. Please take some akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Asanam Om सर्वभूतान्तरस्थाय सर्वभूतान्तरात्मने कल्पयाम्युपवेशार्थम् आसनं ते नमो नमः। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णासनं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। Next is the offering of Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the Master. Now please take a few flowers and akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatvat Sarvakartritva Bhavo Paratikaranath Shiva Uktau Mahatantra Mantra Vidhistada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitaragakalaya Vai अमेजत्वातनन्तोऽयम् अजत्वा च प्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवास्वाभीष्टसिद्धये तस्मै ते परमेशान स्वागतं स्वागतं प्रभो। अद्य मे सफलं जन्म जीवनं सफला क्रियाः स्वागतं यत्त्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम्। ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते। Next is the offering of Padyam, the offering of water for washing the feet. Please take an uddarni of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Padyam Om Yadbhaktilesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai te Parameshana Padyam Shuddhaya Kalpaye. Om Hrim Edat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. Now please take the Arghya in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Arghya Om Durvakshata Samayuktam Bilvapatram Tatha Param Shobhanam Shankhapatrastham Grahana Arghyam Maheshwara. Om Hrim Esho Arghya Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swaha. Next is the offering of Achamaniyam. Now please take an uddarni of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandakinyastu Yadvari Sarva Papaharam Shubham Grahanachamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam. Om Hrim Idam Achamaniyotakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. Please take the Madhuparka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Madhuparkaha Om Sarvakalmashanashaya Paripurnasudhatmakam Madhuparkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasidame. Om Hrim Esha Madhuparkaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Gandhatailam. Now please take the Gandhatailam in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandhatailam Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka Sarvalokeshu Shuddhastvam Dadami Snehamuttamam. Om Hrim Idam Gandhatailam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Snaniyam, the offering of sacred bath. Please take an uddarni of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Snaniyam Om Idam Sushitalam Vari Swachham Shuddham Manoharam स्नानार्थं ते मया भक्त्या कल्पितं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं स्नानीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि. Next is the offering of vastram, the offering of the sacred clothes. Now please take the vastram in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. वस्त्रम् ॐ मायाचित्रपटाच्छन्न निजगुह्योरुतेजसे निरावरणविज्ञाय वासस्ते कल्पयाम्यहम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं वस्त्रोत्तरीयं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि. Next is the offering of Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewel. Now please take the Abharanam in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet along with the mantra. आभरणम् ॐ स्वभावसुन्दराङ्गाय नानाशक्त्याश्रयायते सुवर्णं भूषणं तुभ्यं कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णाभरणं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि. Next is the offering of Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take some Gandha in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandhah ॐ शरीरं ते न जानामि चेष्टां नैव च मया निवेदितान् गन्धान् प्रतिगृह्य विलिप्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एष गन्धः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः. Next is the offering of Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now, please take a few flowers made with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet for the end of the mantra. Pushpam Om Turiyavana Sampannam Nana Gunamanoharam Anandasaurabham Pushpam Grihyatam Idamuttamam Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Pushpani सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय वौषटे. Next is the offering of the Bilva Patram, the offering of Bilva leaves. Please take a few Bilva leaves made with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet or the end of the mantra. Bilva Patram Om Amritodbhavam Shri Vriksham Shankarasya Sada Priyam बिल्वपत्रं प्रयच्छामि पवित्रं ते सुरेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनबिल्वपत्राणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय वौषटे. Next is the offering of the Tulasi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaves. Please take a few Tulsi leaves in your hands, smear with sandalwood paste and offer the Tulsi leaf at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. तुलसी पत्रम् ॐ नमस्ते बहुरूपाय वरदमूर्तये परमात्मने स्वाहा ॐ ह्रीं इदं सचन्दन तुलसी पत्रं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः. Now we request all the participants to please light your lamps and your incense sticks, as we'll be offering the dhupa, deepa, naivedyam and the arati to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramamashivam. Now please take the dhupa in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Vanaspatiraso Divyo Gandhadyastu Manoharaha Agreya Sarva Devanam Dhupoyam Pratikrihyataam Om Bhreem Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Deepa, the lit lamp. Please take the Deepa in your hand and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra. Deepaha Om Suprakasho Mahadeepaha Sarvatastimiراpaha Sabakhyabhyantarajyotir Deepoyam Pratigrihyataam Om Hreem Eshadjeepaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Naivedyam. Now, please take an uddani of water in your hand, hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer it at Swamiji's feet along with the mantra. Naivedyam Om Naivedyam Vividham Deva Sharkara Adivinirmitam Maya Niveditam Bhaktya Grahana Parameshwara Om Bhreem Idam Sopakarana Naivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Paniyam, the offering of water for drink. Please take another of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Paniyam Om Samastadeva Devesha Sarvadriptikaram Param Akhandananda Sampurnam Grahana Jalamuttamam Om Bhreem Idam Panarthodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Punarachamaniyam. Next is the offering of Punarachamaniyam. Please take an uddani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchishtamapya Shuchirva Yasya Smaranamatrataha Shuddhimapnoti Tasmai Te Punarachamaniyakam Om Bhreem Idam Punarachamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of the Aratrikam. Please light the camphor in your Arati plate and Take the lit arti in your hands. Slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. आरार्त्रिकम् ॐ ह्रीं एषा दीपमाला सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः ॐ साङ्ग्रहण्येष्ट्याय यजते इमां जनतागुं सङ्गृह्णामीति द्वादशारत्नीरशना भवति द्वादशमासा संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति ऊर्वयुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे चित्रानक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत् कर्म कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि आरात्रिकं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः Next is the offering of Pushpanjali. Please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Gurur Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः अनेकजन्मसम्प्राप्तकर्मबन्धविदाहिने आत्मज्ञानप्रदानेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः मन्नाथ श्रीजगन्नाथो मद्गुरु श्रीजगद्गुरुः ममात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः ॐ नित्यानन्दम्. Let us now enter into the Paramashiva Puja. First is the Tattvachamana. ॐ आत्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा ॐ विद्यातत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा ॐ शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः. Let us now enter into the Sakali Karanam. Now Using your right hand, wipe the front and back of the left palm, and using the left hand, wipe the front and back of the right hand once. Using the right hand, wipe the front and back of the left hand twice, and using the left hand, wipe the front and back of the right hand once. Om Astraya Namaha. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Shaktaye Vaushat. Bring your palms facing yourself. Keep the thumbs touching the center of the palms. Om Ham Shivasana Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now, touch the tip of the little fingers with your thumbs and then slowly move your thumb downwards. Om Ham Sadyojata Namaha. Touch the tip of the ring finger and slowly move your thumb down. Om Him Vamadeva Gukhya Namaha. Touch the tip of the middle finger and slowly move your thumb down. Om Hum Aghora Hridaya Namaha. Touch the tip of the index finger with your thumb and slowly move your thumb down. Om Hem Tatpurusha Vaktraya Namaha. Touch the index finger to the tip of the thumb and slowly move it down. Om Hom Ishana Murdhaya Namaha. Touch the thumb to the center of your palm. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. Now bend the index, middle and ring fingers such that it touches the center of your palm. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Then touch the thumb to the center of the palm. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now again using the thumb, touch the tip of the little finger and slowly move them down. Om Ham Hridaya Namaha. Touch the thumb to the tip of the ring finger and slowly move it down. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Touch the thumb to the tip of the middle finger and slowly move down. Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha. Touch the thumb to the tip of the index finger and slowly move it down. Om Haim Kavachaye Namaha. Touch the index finger to the tip of the thumb and slowly move it down. Om Haha Astraya Namaha. Then bring your hands into the Mushti Mudra. Clench both of your hands and rotate them around each other once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Then bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushat. Then open your hands with your palms facing you. Keep the thumb to the center of your palm. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now, with the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the heart center. Om Ham Shivasana Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now with the little finger and thumb joined together of both of your hands, touch your respective knees. Om Ham Sadyojata Murtaye Namaha. Touch the ring finger and the thumb together and touch your navel center. Om Him Vamadeva Gukhya Namaha. With the middle finger and thumb joined together, touch the heart center. Om Hum Aghora Hridaya Namaha. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the upper lip. Om Hem Tatpurusha Vaktraya Namaha. With the tip of the thumb, touch the top of your head. Om Hom Ishana Murdhaya Namaha. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your heart center. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. With the index, middle and ring fingers together, touch your three eyes. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Again with the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your heart center. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Then with with the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the heart center. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the top of the head. Om Him Shirase Swaha. With the middle finger and thumb joined together, touch the back of the head. Om Hum Shikayai Vashate. Then cross your arms over each other with your left hand being over your right hand. Hook your index fingers into the shape of a hook, and then as you uncross your arms, move your hands around your head. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now with your right thumb tap the left palm, and with the left thumb tap the right palm. Om Hahastraya Bhate. Now with the index finger and thumb joined together, index finger and the middle finger joined together, tap the left palm thrice. Om Hahastraya Hum Bhate. Now with the index finger and thumb joined together, snap around yourself in all the 10 directions. Om Hahastraya Bhate. Now move your hands from the head to the feet, touching the sides of your body. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Next is the Samanya Arghya. Please take some chandan, akshata and flowers and mix it into the water inside the Panchapatram. Cover the mouth of the Panchapatram and chant Om 7 times internally. Om, 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 Om. Perform the Digbandhana. Om Hahastraya Bhate. Perform the Avakunthana. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Show the Dhenu Mudra. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Next, we'll be entering into the Avahana. Please take some akshata and offer it onto your Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasana Yanamaha. Take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra. Meditate on the form of Paramashiva in your inner space as we chant the Dhyana Shloka. Lalate Tripundri Nitila Krita Kasturi Tilakaha. Puranmala Spurita Katikaupi Navasanaha. Ladhano Dustaram Shirasi Phanirajam Shashikalam. Pradipastarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. Indunibha Pancha Mukhahastam Shulamrgatankamasi Vajramabhayam Syat Pashavaradhankushamanijvala Navame Shweta Kamalasana Sadashivaswarupam. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhyayami Avahayami. So the Avahani Mudra. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Ityavahana Mudram Pradarshya. So the Sthapini Mudra. Sthapana. So the Sannidhapana Mudra. Sannidhana. So the Nishthura Mudra. Nishthura Mudram Pradarshya. So the Kalakanthi Mudra. Astraya Humphat. Iti Kalakanthi Mudram Pradarshya. So the Linga Mudra. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Iti Linga Mudram. So the Namaskara Mudra. Namaskara Mudram. So the Avakunthana Mudra. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Iti Avakunthana Mudram Cha Pradarshya. Now we'll enter into the Upachara Puja. First is the offering of Asanam. Please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Asanam Samarpayami. Next is the offering of Padya, Achamana and Arghya. Please take an udhani of water in your hands and offer it into, first show it to Paramashiva's feet and then offer it into the first cup, the Padya Patram, the vessel that is closest to you. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Take another Uddani of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth, and then offer it into the cup in the center. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Now take another Uddani of water, show it to the top of the Atmalinga and offer it in the third cup. Om Ham Shivaya Swaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Padyachamanarghyam Dattva. Next is the offering of Snaniyam. Please take an Uddani of water and offer it onto your Atmalinga along with the mantra. And please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Snanam Samarpayami. Take an Uddani of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Achamana Patra. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Snananantaram Achamanam Samarpayami. Next is the offering of Vastram. Please take some Akshata in your hand and offer it to your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Vastra Yagnopavita Uttari Abharanartham Akshatan Samarpayami. Next is the offering of Gandha, the sandalwood paste. Please take some sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it onto your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Gandhandharayami. Gandhasyopari Haridra Kunkumam Samarpayami. Next is the Ashtapushparchana Puja. Now we'll be offering flowers to our Atmalinga each time the word Namaha is chanted. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha. Bhavasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha. Sharvasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha. Ishanasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Pashupate Devaya Namaha. Pashupate Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha. Ugrasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. रुद्रस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ओम भीमाय देवाय नमः भीमस्य देवस्य पत्नी नमः ओम महते देवाय नमः महतो देवस्य पत्नी नमः ओम हां होम शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः अष्टपुष्प पूजां समर्पयामि. Next is the offering of the Bilvapatra. Please take a few bilva leaves made with sandalwood paste and offer the bilva leaves onto our Atmalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Bilvapatram Samarpayami. Next is the offering of Dhupa. Please take a flower and offer it onto the bell. Om Haha Astraya Namaha. Please take the bell in your left hand and start ringing it. Now sprinkle some water onto the dhupa. Om Hastraya Bhate. Offer a flower onto the dhupa. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now take the dhupa in your right hand and slowly wave it towards your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Atha dhupaha. Om धूरसि धूर्वधूर्वन्तं धूर्वतञ्योऽस्मान् धूर्वतितं धूर्वयं वयं धूर्वामस्त्वं देवानामसितस्थितमं पप्रितमं दुष्टतमं वह्नितमं देवहूतममहृतमसि हविर्दानं दृगुंहस्त्वमाह्वा मित्रस्य त्वा चक्षुषा प्रेक्षे माभेर्मा संलिग्धा मा त्वाहि पुंदिषुम् ओम हां ओम शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः धूपम आग्रापयामि. Take another turn of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Deepa. Please sprinkle some water onto the Deepa. Om Hastraya Bhate. Please sprinkle some water onto the Deepa. Om Hastraya Bhate. Offer a flower onto the Deepa. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the Deepa in your hands and slowly wave it towards your Atmalinga along with the mantra. अथ दीपः ॐ उद्दीप्य स्वदात वेदोपग्निर्निरतं मम पशुकृत्यमख्यमावह जीवनं च दिशो दिशा मानो हिगुंसीज्जात वेदो गामश्वं पुरुषं जगत् अबिभ्रतज्ञावहि श्रिया मा परिपातय. ओम हां ओम शिवाय नमः. श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः. दीपं संदर्शयामि. Next is the offering of, please take out the of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Asamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Naivedyam. Please sprinkle some water onto the Naivedyam. Om Hastraya Bhate. Offer a flower onto the Naivedyam. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now, please take an udanya of water, hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the flowers. Offer the udanya of water onto your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Atha Naivedyam. Om Madhuvatartayate Madhuksharanti Sindhavaha Madhvirna Santoshadhihi Madhunakta Mutoshasi Madhumatparthiva Gumrajaha Madhudyurastu Nafpita मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागुमस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः माधु माधु माधु. ओम हां ओम शिवाय नमः. श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः. अमृतं महानैवेद्यं निवेदयामि. Please take an udanya of water, show it to Paramashiva's mouth and offer it into the Achamana Patra. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Tambulam. Please take the betel leaves and the betel nuts and offer it to Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Tambulam Samarpayami. Next is the offering of the Aratrikam. Please take the lit camphor to the Aarti plate, sprinkle some water onto the Aarti. Om Hastraya Bhate. Offer flower onto the Aarti plate. Om Hridayaya Namaha. Now take the Aarti in your hands and slowly wave it towards your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Arartrikam. Om सोमो वा एतस्य राज्यमादत्ते यो राजा संराज्यो वा सोमेन यजते देवसुवा मेधानि हवीगुंषि भवन्ति य एतावन्तो वै देवानां सवाः स एवास्मै सवान् प्रयच्छन्ति स एनः पुनस्तवन्ते राज्याय देवसुराजा भवति न तत्र सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रतारकं नेमा विद्युतो भाति कुतोऽयमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भागात् सर्वमिदं विभाति कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि ओम हां होम शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि. Next is the offering of Pushpanjali. Please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers to your Atmalinga by the end of the mantra. ओम हां होम शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः पुष्पांजलिं समर्पयामि. Next will be performing the Gayatri mantra japa. Please hold the Yajnopavita with your right thumb and perform the Gayatri mantra japa 11 times internally. Next, you can remove your thumb from the Yajnopavita. Please perform the Shivamula mantra japa 11 times internally. Now, please take some flowers, durva grass and akshata into your right hand. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now, take an uddani of water into your right palm. Keep your right hand in the Udbhava Mudra. Offer the flowers and the water onto your Atmalinga by the end of the mantra. Om यत्किञ्चित् कर्म देवेश सदा सुकृतदुष्कृतं तन्मे शिवपदस्तस्य भुङ्क्षक्षपय शङ्कर शिवो दाता शिवो भोक्ता शिवः सर्वमिदं जगत् शिवो यजति सर्वत्र यः शिवः सोऽहमेव तु. ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः. Next is the Tattvachamanam. Please perform the Tattvachamanam. ओम आत्मतत्वं शोधयामि स्वधाम्. ओम विद्यातत्वं शोधयामि स्वधाम्. ओम शिवतत्वं शोधयामि स्वधाम्. ओम हां हृदयाय नमः. Please bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Let us now conclude with the Pura Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Nityanandam, everyone. Yes.
Around
So,
5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces, that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashhivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost. leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the Oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivang, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivam, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivam as the sovereign. Just as how the Oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashhivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the Oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023, and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramamashivam, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivam, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivam as the sovereign. Just as how the Oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramamashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the Oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivang, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivam, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivam as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is
Nityanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasrisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Nityananda, all of you?
Yes, Nityanandam, everyone.
So, of course, we just had the yoga and the puja. So, requesting all of you to share your experience, how you are feeling, how you are having the breakthrough, whether it is through yoga, through puja. So, just take a few moments and let us know your experience. Meanwhile, let's welcome all the participants here. We have Ma Nartana Priyama, Nityanandam.
Nityanandam.
Ma Trinitkananda, Nityanandam.
Nityanandam.
We have Ma Judy, Nityanandam.
Nityanandam.
Yang Chao Chonaya, Nityanandam.
Nityanandam.
Ma Yang Yan Hong, Nityanandam.
Nityanandam.
And persons with the cameras off, Ma Nitya Sangha Shaktini, Nityanandam. Ma Hang Shi, Nityanandam.
Nityanandam.
Ma Zhang Shi Hao, Nityanandam.
Nityanandam.
Ma Jiao Yu Hong, Nityanandam.
Nityanandam.
All right, so great. So let's take few moments, and let us share your experience, whether it is yoga, whether it is puja, how you are feeling throughout the day after you are practicing this intense yoga. Had you had breakthrough with any of the asanas, and how you are feeling with when you are connecting with Swamiji during the puja. So let's take a moment and share. And also, let's get ready for the power manifestation.
Yes, so as usual, the first power manifestation of the day is the power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. So once again, requesting everyone to please gather their eye bands. So yes, you will need an eye band or anything to cover your eyes with. So any piece of cloth that can cover your eyes that is opaque in nature, such that you cannot see through. So requesting everyone, please put on your eye bands. Yes, requesting everyone, please put on your eye bands.
Yes. You can use the eye bands. Meanwhile, let's enter into the SUPREME, which is the scriptural reference for manifesting the signs of power manifestation. And the verse goes as Kapalantarmano yasya tishtan militalochanaha kramena manasodharyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and the inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Laksham, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. Yes, hope all of you are ready with the blindfold. Let's get ready.
Yes, let's sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us bring our awareness to our inner space, our Ananda Gandha, which is situated just below the heart center. So the heart center, the Anahata chakra, is in the middle of the chest, just below that, about one palm width below the chest, the Anahata chakra. we have our Ananda Ganda, our inner space. So let us bring our awareness to our inner space. And let us remember Swamiji in our inner space. Remember the Master. Remember everything that Swamiji is, represents, and means to us. Let's remember all the beautiful experiences we've had with the Master. All of that in our inner space. So let's remember all of that in our inner space. It is the space that Swamiji has initiated us in to connect to Him, to connect to the Divine, to be in the space of oneness with Swamiji. So let us just feel that space of oneness with Swamiji, with the Divine. Now let's move our awareness to the third eye, just between the eyebrows. And let us visualize Swamiji in our third eye. And gently let us gaze through the third eye, keeping the two physical eyes closed. Gaze through the third eye into Swamiji's third eye. As we do so, we feel an energetic connection from the Master's third eye to our third eye. We feel a light build-up of energy in our third eye as Swamiji is awakening and activating our third eye. So let's take a moment and feel all of that in our third eye. Now let us connect to Swamiji further by chanting the Mahavakya, which goes Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, which means Om, in internal bliss, I am Paramashiva. Let's begin. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let's continue chanting the Mahavakya throughout this power manifestation. And from this space of oneness with Swamiji, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you now. Let us begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands, you can open your eyes. And just be in that space of unclutched space where from where all the powers starts manifesting. Remember again and again and again, unclutch. So all right, let's take a moment and let us share what was revealed to you. Ma Judy, Ma Zhang Xiao, Yang Chao Chonaya, Ma Kanda, if you have taken part, and others, Ma Yang, Yan Hong, and all of us, let's take a moment and let's start sharing. And remember again and again that the more you bring, the more you sit with your eyes closed, you bring oneness in you, the more restful awareness that grows in you. Any agitation, irritation that you feel simply will not have a power over you. You'll be totally unclutched, whether it is your worries, fears, even the feelings of jealousy, attachment will start to lose power over you. The moment you start manifesting, the moment you start connecting with Swamiji, being in oneness with Swamiji. So please go ahead, let's share what was revealed to you. Then we'll be entering into verification. We'll be projecting you the image on your screen.
Yes, we have Ma Chao Yu Huang that shares I feel Swamiji. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma.
Yang Chao Chonai says, I saw a child and a lady in red cloth. Okay, thank you, Aya, for sharing.
Yes, we have Ma Yang Yan Hong that shares I saw the small thatched cottage, the pine tree next to it, a green and light yellow locomotive, rose red lotus flower, and golden light. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma. Yes, so requesting everyone, if you've taken part in this power manifestation, take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. Even if nothing was revealed, you can also let us know that. If you didn't see anything as yet, haven't manifested as yet.
All right. So if you're still sharing, please continue to share. Meanwhile, let's enter into the verification. Yes, so this is the image that we had projected. You can see it's a temple. You can see a lot of people around. You can see even the kids and even the buildings. And yeah, so even apart from the main temple itself, there are other temple structures as well in this campus. So yes.
All right, so we have Ma Chao Yu Huang that says, I feel Swamiji. So Swamiji is not in this image, Ma, but we do have a lot of temples. So a lot of temples to a lot of, so there'll be a lot of deities. There's a lot of super conscious energy that is surrounding the temples, the temple complex. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma.
And I saw a child and a lady in the red cloth. So we definitely have a lady in the red cloth, even a child and the red cloth. So yes, you're spot on here. You have successfully manifested this power. Yang Chao Chonia. Thank you for sharing and manifesting this power.
Yes, thank you, Aya. We also have Ma Yang Yan Hong that says, I saw this small thatched cottage. So we don't have the thatched cottage. The roof of the temples look a little bit like the two ones in the center look a little bit like a thatched type cottage, but it's not the pine tree. So again, we have the temple structure that is somewhat in the shape of a pine tree. A green and light yellow locomotive. So we don't have that here. Rose red lotus flower. So we have a lot of red color in there's a lot of people walking around wearing red and golden light. We have a lot of gold, golden statues, golden color on the temples themselves. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma, and congratulations for manifesting.
Yes. All right. So with this, let's move to the second round of this manifestation. Once again, we'll be projecting the image on your screen, and through the power of third eye, see what is being revealed to you. So let's get ready. You can cover your eyes now with the blindfold. So please go ahead and cover your eyes now. And just sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line and be completely relaxed. No worries, no tension, no agitation, no anger. Just be with yourself. Just completely relax. When the mind wanders at the very start, just completely relax and unclutch. Just go on unclutching. And remember Swamiji in your inner space. Connect with him. Have that intense declaration to manifest the state, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva. You are. Visualize you are Nityananda Paramashivam. Now gently bring your awareness to the third eye and let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. With this, let's enter into the manifestation. The image is being projected on a screen. Let's begin this manifestation.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly, remove your eye bands and gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted for your eyes, take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. Share with us the details of the image that we displayed for you for this round of power manifestation. So we have also been joined by Ma Peng Aya.
Yes, Nityananda.
Nityananda Maya. We have with us Ma Ganambananda, Nityananda Ma.
Nityananda.
We have Nayak, Nityananda, welcome. We have Ma Nitya Sangha Shaktini, Nityananda, and welcome. So welcome to every one of you.
Yes, so we had projected an image on a screen and you were manifesting the power of third eye. So let's take few moments and let's share.
Yes, we have Ma Chao Yu Huang that shares, I see green forest, a squirrel holding sunflower seeds. Nice, thank you, Ma.
Thank you. Ma Hangshi shares orange, blue, purple, grass-like shape. Yes, thank you, Ma, for sharing.
Thank you for sharing, Ma.
Just waiting for a few moments as we receive other sharings as well. So please continue to share.
And also requesting everyone with the camera switched off to please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame itself.
Yes.
Yes, we have Yang Chao Chuan Aya that says, I see a mess of lines on a bad TV screen with no fixed shape. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing.
All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us move on to the verification stage. So we'll be displaying the image that we had displayed for you earlier.
Yes, so this is the image. You can see two giraffes and it's a forest kind of a, you can see just behind looks like a huge mountain. And of course, it's filled with the trees, and just filled with the trees, even the mountain and the two giraffes. Nice kind of a scene. And you can see the lines on the giraffe itself with white lines and the maroon color on the giraffe itself. So yes, this is the image that we had projected.
Yes, we have Ma Chao Yu Huang who shared, I see green forest, squirrel holding sunflower seeds. So we definitely have the green forest, Ma. We don't see a squirrel, but we do have two giraffes. And just thinking the patterns on the giraffes looks a little bit like perhaps the pattern of the sunflower, Ma. So yes, thank you very much for sharing and congratulations for manifesting.
And Ma Hangchi shares orange. We have light kind of orange color in the leaf itself, and the light is actually falling on it. Blue, we definitely have on the, if you look at the mountain, kind of gives a blue color feeling. Purple, little bit. Grass, we definitely have grass-like shape. We have grasses itself because the whole it's filled with the greens. So yes, thank you, Ma, for sharing.
Yes, thank you, Ma. Yang Chao Chuan Aya says, I see a mess of lines on a bed TV screen with no fixed shape. So we have the two giraffes that are in the middle of the screen, but beyond that, and in front of that, we have the trees. So there's no clear shape to the trees. So that might be what you've seen there, Aya. So yes, thank you very much for sharing.
And Ma Yan Yanhong shares dark green oil tanker, L-shaped stone bench, a pavilion with grey, black eaves. There is someone sitting. There's also a woman wearing rose red dress. Yes, thank you, Ma, for sharing. We don't have any things here. Yes, so thank you all of you for sharing and manifesting the powers. Understand, every time that you manifest, even if you feel that this what you have shared is not it's there in the picture, do not bother. It is a manifestation. Because when you connect with the third eye, you are manifesting. So there's nothing like not manifesting. All right, so with this, today we'll be moving on to the next today's session, which is going to be on Bhakti Spurana. Means when you experience ecstasy, when you are in love, Bhakti flowers in you. And deity today is Chandrasekhara Murti. So Swamiji will be gracing us as Chandrasekhara Murti. So actually Swami says the best thing Paramashiva can give to the world is Bhakti, because Bhakti is beyond even enlightenment. Yes, Bhakti is even beyond enlightenment. With Bhakti, anything you have or not does not matter. And without Bhakti, anything you have or not doesn't matter. So let's enter into this revelation with Swamiji, which is going to be on the power of Bhakti. And let's listen carefully, as we also need to cultivate Bhakti in us. So please come to the space of listening and let's enter into this revelation with Swamiji.
In Bhagavad Gita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 7th verse. Chitatmana prashantasya paramatma samahitaha sitoshna sugadukhyeshu tatamanaapamanayoho. Translation: the one who has conquered the self, who has attained tranquility, the Supreme is already reached. Such a person remains in this state in happiness or distress, heat or cold, honor or dishonor. I'll give you the new translation also. The one who has subdued his self made out of patterns, and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains centered, whether in a cold or warm atmosphere, whether he is in a pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or is dishonored. Understand? Bhagavan is giving you a powerful technique. He is using a beautiful word, Sitoshna Samadukkeshu. Sita and Ushna, warm or cold, attacks you from outside skin. Sugha or Dukkha attacks you from inside skin. Understand? When you are feeling warm or cold, just sit and see what is happening outside your skin all over the body. Without branding, just see what is going on, how I feel. Don't name it as a cold or warm, pain or suffering. Just look. Something is going on. Let me see what happens, how that feeling touches my skin. After that, how the skin is processing that information, and how I am getting agitated or irritated for no reason. How I am responding to it. Why should I get agitated or irritated? Let's see how the nature responds to it. Sit with deep passions. In one day, you will master cold. Cold will not affect you anymore. Same way heat. Do Panchatapas. Make a fire circle. It is very easy. Your height should be the diameter of the circle. That is the law. Your height is the diameter of the circle. Make the fire circle and sit. You will slowly start feeling the heat and it will increase within half an hour. Then just see what is going on in your skin. In 2 days you will master warm. Both will not be painful. Then come to the next level of experiment. When you are feeling unpleasant, just see. Unpleasantness is nothing but cold or warm which is working from inside the skin. If you look near the chest area, it will start. From inside the skin is being attacked. Warm and cold, heat and cold attacks you from outside skin. Pleasantness or unpleasantness attacks you from inside the skin. Sit with that. You don't need to find the situation. Already you have enough unpleasantness. Just sit with that unpleasantness. How it is attacking you from inside skin. What exactly you are feeling. Without labeling, just see. In 2 days, you will realize there is no such thing as unpleasantness other than your own decision to be in unpleasantness. Same way pleasantness. When you are in joy, happy, just sit and watch. What is this? What is this pleasantness? Why it feels so expanded inside? Feel from your skin, inside the skin. You will master that state also. So pleasant or unpleasant attacks you from inside the skin. Heat or cold attacks you from outside skin. But both heat or cold, pleasant or unpleasantness, all four has no life independently from your will. Understanding this is being centered on the supreme state. Please understand, your will gets contaminated when it connects itself with these four. Fortunately, these four has no independent existence. If your will does not support it, man who has realized it by experimenting with it is established in supreme state. He is called Paramatma Samahita. Equivalent to the supreme consciousness. Such a simple, straightforward thing I tell you. Just try today. Once you realize, even with first thing, you see today you try with the cold. The moment you realize the cold is not giving you any more suffering, you will have confidence to work with heat. Then work with heat. Do Panchatapas. Maybe 1 hour. 1 hour is more than enough. 2 days. If it is not happening in 2 sessions, just do 2-3 days, that's all. You will have confidence now. Wow, we won the second game. Then go for the third. Sit with unpleasantness. Don't change the sequence. Cold is to grass, easy. Once you win there, you will have confidence to do next. Little subtle, the heat. Then you will have confidence next with the unpleasantness. Then you will have confidence to do with the pleasantness. Once you master that all these four does not have an independent life over you other than your will's support. See, when you sit and start analyzing, you will understand. It suddenly disappears because the moment you analyze, your will stops supporting this aspect of life. You support the cold and cold-related diseases in confusion. You support heat and heat-related diseases in confusion. You support unpleasantness and unpleasantness-related diseases in confusion. You support pleasantness and pleasantness-related activities in confusion. So when you sit and see what is really happening with the passiveness and passions, suddenly you realize without your will, all four does not have independent life. Shadow does not have independent life without the existence of light and object. It is the mixture of light and object creates shadow. The sufferings of cold, heat, sufferings of pleasantness, unpleasantness, everything happens by the mixture of your will and confusion. If the light is switched off, no shadow. If the object is removed, no shadow. If the confusion is removed or if the will is removed, there is no agitation or disturbance by cold, warm, pleasant, unpleasantness. I tell you, man is a fool, asking for cold when it is hot, asking for hot when it is cold, always asking what is not. Try this four process. In such a simple way, you can be centered on what Bhagavan calls Paramatma Samahitaha, centered on pure unclutching. See, we are responsible for making Krishna alive. Come on, 4 days. Only 2 hours a day. Come in the evening. Learn this and go. And there is no risk in this. If you sit with a heater or a air condition, even the risk of Panchatapas is not there. I told Panchatapas because that is the way I was brought up. You guys don't even need to bother about the Panchatapas. Fire. Even in fire you may say, no, there is a risk. What risk is there anyhow? These fellows, everything is a risk. If your time is not right, even by drinking milk you will die. If your time is right, even the poison, if you drink, you will vomit it. Even your attempt to commit suicide, you will not be able to be successful. Anyhow, with a heater or cold, AC, you can control the heat or cold. What is the risk? And pleasantness and unpleasantness. Try. I tell you, this can get people out of all mental disorders and psychological disorders. I have done this. That is why I am telling you. I have done this during my tapas time, my tapas period. I will go and sit in the hill during the daytime in the sun, just with one towel, the hip, work on that heat. How the heat does not touch me. Then in the night I will sit in the hill itself. It will be really cold. And see how the cold does not work on the system. Then I will fight with Raghupati Yogi. That is the only thing which will be unpleasant for me. See, my whole life, Only relationships I know is this Raghupati Yogi and Kuppammal, these few saints, sadhus. Never even once I felt psychologically connected to the blood family. So if I have to have some unpleasant moments, I'll go and fight with him. Some ideological fight. Raghupati Yogi is Yogi and Kuppammal is Vedanti. Between these two, there will be a huge fight. Ideological fight. Here body first, here mind first. And if I wanted to create fight with Raghupati Yogi, I'll take up all the arguments of Kuppammal. If you want to fight with Kuppammal, I'll take all the arguments of Raghupati Yogi. But I tell you guys, these two have made me so rich in the spiritual knowledge. God, the wealth they added to me, only now I am realizing. And same way when I want to experience that pleasantness, I'll take my Ramakrishna's photo and keep it in front of me and fan him. And there's a beautiful, very sweet story of Ramakrishna sung by one devotee. It's called Sri Sri Ramakrishna Bundi. And in English it is called, and the book has been translated, The Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. That's a very beautiful book. It is not factual. See, the Ramakrishna's biography, he wrote it more poetic way. He does not bother much about facts. He has not changed the facts. He is not telling lies. But he is singing in a very beautiful, sweet way that, oh, who came as Rama and Krishna? You came as Ramakrishna, but this time you did not steal and do all these naughty things of Krishna. But you are not so polite like Rama also. So from the beginning, with that feeling that Ramakrishna is an incarnation, the devotee has sang about Sri Ramakrishna. It's a very beautiful book. Still I can repeat it. It's I think 1000-page book. In Bengali verse form, I can repeat the whole thing by heart. Jai Jai Ramakrishna Vanja Kalpataru, Jai Jai Bhagavan Jagatir Guru, Jai Jai Ramakrishna Ishtagoshtikan, Jai Jai. It goes. Sobaya Sarani Renu Mageye Adam. We just have the book. I can repeat the whole 1000-page. I can continue even now. It goes on and on and on. It's a very beautiful, very juicy, sweet, loving way of Ramakrishna's biography described. That's one of the best things with which I experienced highest pleasantness. I'll have a small Singhasan and Ramakrishna's photo, and I have a small fan. Fanning him, I'll sit and sing these whole verses. And I have this book in the hand. Whole day I'll be sitting and there's a tune to chant that. I'll sit and chant. One great elderly sadhu in Ramakrishna Mission, his name is Nandanandaji. He used to, I have seen him sitting and singing this verse with the tears in joy. And I picked up the habit from him only. I'll sit every day with him. He suffered with little deafness. So I served him, taking him to the doctor and taking care of him when he was old. He was a sadhu from Andhra, very sweet sadhu. So I used to sit and chant this. I picked up this habit from him. I listened to him very attentively, and actually I learnt Bengali reading. So if I chant that book one day, it will take full day to chant 1000-page. At least next 2 months I will feel that I am in that heaven and whole body will be sweet and pleasant, that whole throat will be filled with sweetness. Because it is the whole, his whole biography is chanted, the created, sung with so much of love, without being much bothered about the facts. It's a Purana of Sri Ramakrishna. So this Sadhu Nandananda Swami, he was about to die. As a tradition, when you are about to die, you have to give your whole, whatever you have, to the person who served you. It's a tradition. So this Sadhu suddenly said, I am going to die tomorrow. Guru Maharaj has appeared. What will I give you? I said, you don't need to give me anything. You are a sadhu, that's enough. You bless me. Then he said, I accumulated one thing in my life. The biggest wealth I accumulated is, whenever I read this Sri Sri Ramakrishna Bundi, I go to Samadhi, an ecstasy. I give you this Bhava Samadhi as my gift. He gave me. And I tell you, after that, whenever I read that book, God, and that sweetness, it's as if his 60, 70 years of tapas has entered into me. If you read some book 60, 70 years and be in the ecstasy, that whole bhava, the depth of the bhava, that whole depth of emotion has entered into my system, I could feel that same emotion just by his blessing. He said, I give you this gift of bhava samadhi. You take it. Because now it won't be useful anymore for me. See, once you leave the body, even your bhava samadhi will not stay with you. Only the nirvikalpa samadhis will stay with you. Less than nirvikalpa samadhi, anything you accumulated is not useful anymore for you. The English spelling is P-U-N-K-T-I. In English, the book is translated as A Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. Maybe one day I'll sit and chant for you guys. It's my personal spiritual practice, which I did for quite a long time. Some of my personal spiritual practice I never shared with you guys. This Ramakrishna Bunti. And same way, Chandi. Chandi is the Devi Mahatmyam. I'm a great Sakta. So I'll sit and chant Chandi. Devi Mahatmyam is 700 sloka. And Lalita Sahasranama and Trisadi. There are some 6-7 books related to Chandi. Devi Upanishad and all that put together. That will take one day, full one day if you chant. That I will chant with this bell. The same book in Bengali. These all used to be my entertainment. Anyhow, whether it is a heat or cold, pleasantness or unpleasantness, work with it. I tell you, even this pleasantness is not ultimate. Understand that. What I received from that Swami Nandananji is not ultimate. He himself can't take it when he is dying. That is why he gave it to me. Only unclutching, nirvikalpa samadhi will come with you eternally. But unfortunately, when you are training yourself, when you are practicing, you can't be all the time in nirvikalpa samadhi, unclutching. So all this bhava samadhi helps you to raise yourself to that level. Be in nirvikalpa samadhi or be in bhava samadhi with a person who is in nirvikalpa samadhi. That's all. Be unclutched or be clutched to a person who is in unclutching state. That's all. Being unclutched is nirvikalpa samadhi. If you are clutched to a person, being who is unclutched is bhava samadhi. In the beginning, bhava samadhi helps. Now I can remember all the verses. It's coming up. Yes, the same book. Sri Ramakrishna Munti. You guys can see this exact book. Just see whether if it is in Bengali, download. I'll read. If you have interest and intensity, you will find time for everything. Try all these 4. First, I wanted all our center heads, you guys try. Of course, I'm not telling devotees not to try. If all of you try, mainly the center heads, when you try, you will have the confidence and make a beautiful program and start teaching. Everyone can start doing this. For these things, you don't need very organized setup. Start reaching out even in these small ways, helping people. I really wanted this kind, hundreds of samyamas should be developed and made available from our campus. It should become a pilgrimage center for the people who want to study mysticism. You don't know. Just this 4-day, trying these 4 steps, working with cold, working with heat, working with unpleasantness, working with pleasantness. You will suddenly find a powerful key, tool to live your life. Crossing thousands of disturbances. Human beings can live a rich life if this kind of tools are accumulated. Just this one tool, I tell you, how rich it can make you. Richness is always depending on the zeros. It is not always based on the zeros. It is based on your ability to face life. Richness cannot be always measured based on the comforts of life. It is measured based on the ability to confront the life. It is not just comfort, it is ability to confront also. These are all the tools with which you will be able to confront the life. I know many guys sitting on billions of dollars. Even a small, very small, they are shaken completely. Ability to confront life, live the life. I tell you guys, all our devotees should have mastered at least like this 5-6 samyamas. Different 5-6 samyamas. That makes you man. That makes you a being. Mastering at least few samyamas gives you the courage to live, confidence to live. Courage which comes by inner richness is confidence. Courage which you get by outer richness is egoistic pride. Which comes by outer richness can be taken away from you any moment. Which comes by inner richness, nobody can touch it. One of the main reason for my success, standing throughout these scandals and rumors, is this samyama. This samyama, which I did from the young age, working with the heat and cold and unpleasantness and pleasantness. I tell you, heat and cold hits you from outside the skin, pleasantness and unpleasantness hits you from the inside the skin. But all 4 of them do not have life without your will supporting them. is the essence. The one who has subdued his self, self made of tough patterns, and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains composed, whether in a cold or a warm atmosphere, whether he is in pain, pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or dishonor. Tata manopamanayoho. See, when you master the Sita, Ushna, Sukha, Dukkha, the Mana, Apamana does not touch you. You master it. I tell you, not for pride, I am the living example that Mana, Apamana did not touch me. Otherwise, one side, millions put flower garlands and worship. The other side, rowdies put chapel garlands and burn the effigies. Worship of the divine energies is performed in various ways. In the beginning of expansion, understand that all of them originate in actions. Knowing this, you will be liberated. Sri Krishna is revealing some of the mystical secrets. How various divine energies come into existence, how by connecting with them your expansion is possible. Please understand, one example I wanted to give. Brahma, in Hindu stories, Hindu Purana, Brahma becomes egoistic. So, Shiva's extension comes out as Kala Bhairava and cuts Brahma's head, removes the ego of Brahma and makes Brahma enlightened. This action, Shiva's energy coming out and removing the ego of Brahma and making him enlightened, this action becomes Kala Bhairava. So when you connect with Kala Bhairava and start worshipping the divine energy called Kala Bhairava, he removes your ego also and gives you enlightenment. Same way, Veerabhadra, Shiva's energy expanded and destroyed the collective negativity of Daksha, which causes suffering for himself and for others. Many times, your pain body becomes so strong, knowingly you cause suffering to you and to others. Even though you know you are causing suffering to you and to others, but the pain pattern is so strong, you can't escape. I can see very clearly. So many people, they know if they are out of me, if they are away from me, they are going to create suffering for themselves. But their ego, arrogance is so strong, they can't live. They can't live around me. I have seen so many times, even devotees, they know if they listen to my teachings and live, they will be out of their sufferings and torture they are doing to themselves and to others. But they don't want. Daksha represents the negativity which causes suffering to yourself and to others. Shiva's energy which came out and destroyed the Daksha's negativity is Veerabhadra. Understand? Veerabhadra did not kill Daksha. He gave life back to Daksha. So this energy which destroys your negativity of giving suffering to yourself and to others is called Veerabhadra. If you connect with this divine energy and pray, feel connected, you will see in you also the pain body, the patterns which create suffering for yourself and others will be destroyed. It's a beautiful verse. Eva bahuvitaha yajnaha vitata brahmano mukhe karmajan viddidan sarvan evam jnatva vimokshase. Thus, worship of the divine energies is performed in various ways. In the beginning of expansion, understand that all of them originate in actions. Knowing this, you will be liberated. Same way, if you are frozen, closed, then start connecting with Krishna, who is doing Rasa Leela, who just opened himself to the whole universe. Understand? Krishna's Rasa Leela did not happen just with Gopikas. It happened with the plants, trees, rocks, Yamuna, whole thing. And the Purnima Chandra, the full moon, with whole, he had Rasa Leela. His Rasa Leela was enjoyed by the whole existence. Gopikas were also happened to be there, that's all. It was not concentrated towards Gopikas. It was with the whole. So if you are frozen, having the sickening suffocation, many times people do have this sickening suffocation. Come on, then expand. It is time. You meditate on Rasa Leela Krishna. So each action of divine, each action of an incarnation becomes independent energy by itself. Shiva's one action, cutting Brahma's head and giving him enlightenment, it became an independent energy called Kala Bhairava. Shiva's one action of killing the negativity of Daksha and liberating him from negativity and negative patterns became independent divine energy called Veerabhadra. Shiva's one action of teaching in silence to Sanagadi Rishis and giving them enlightenment becomes Dakshinamurti. Just each action of divine becomes one form, one energy. Understand? When Shiva assumed the body and married Meenakshi and ruled this Pandya kingdom, he became Sundara Pandya. That action became an independent energy of Sundara Pandya. Just yesterday, I was reading the Akashic records, the night. I verified again and again. Earlier when I was seeing, I felt he has taken 3 bodies. Yesterday I saw he has taken more than 11 bodies. Only to play in and around Madurai. Please understand, in this way, no other geographical place is equivalent to Madurai. Where Shiva has taken 11 bodies to play just in Madurai. See, in one body he has played in many places. That record is there. When he assumed one body, he has gone to many places and did his leelas. In one body, doing leelas in 11 places, there are enough records. But 11 bodies to do leelas in one place, only in Madurai's history, the record is there. More than 11 bodies he has assumed at different times to play the leelas. The leela he performed, the first body he assumed to perform the Leelas in Madurai is marrying Meenakshi. To marry Meenakshi and all the Leelas related to that time, marrying Meenakshi and bringing Vaigai to Madurai, all those Leelas were performed in one body. That body is directly under the Sundareshwara's Linga. In the main Garbha Mandir, under the Sundareshwara Linga, that body is resting. It is there in Jiva Samadhi. And second, he has assumed one more body to build embankment for Vaigai river and converting all the foxes into horse to save his disciple Manikyavasagar. All those Leelas, around 40 years he was in that body and performed many Leelas. That body is resting in our property near Dinamani Takis. There is a place in Madurai near Dinamani Takis. There is a Samadhi inside Madurai Adinam property. It is called Sundaranar Samadhi. And Sundarananda's Jiva Samadhi, people used to think it is one of the 18 Siddhas. It is not one of the, of course, it is one in the 18, but Shiva himself assumed the human body and performed. 40 years he was in that body. That body is resting in Madurai, the place Dinamani Takis, opposite to that Takis, there is a property, belongs to Madurai Adinam property, there he is resting. And the third body, which he assumed to give sugar cane to stone elephant, and stone elephant ate that sugar cane. For that Leela, he assumed one more body that is there inside the temple under the Samadhi of, under the shrine of Ellamalla Sittar. Under his Murti, that third body is there. Still, I am not able to trace the other places of the remaining 8 bodies. I could see cosmically where are they, but in the Madurai map I am not able to pinpoint where the remaining 8 bodies are. Soon I will study the Madurai map and overlap my cosmic map on Madurai map and give you guys the exact points where the bodies he assumed are resting and radiating. I tell you, if you see from this angle, no other place, even in Kailash, is only one body is resting. There are 1 lakh enlightened beings' bodies are resting. That is different. But his own, the body which he used, only one body is resting. In Varanasi, 2 bodies are resting. Even in Thiruvannamalai, only one body, Arunagiri Yogeshwara's body, only is resting. I was shocked when I read yesterday the Akashic records. 11 bodies he has assumed. I tell you, Madurai was his honeymoon place. It was his favorite. Somehow, Madurai people had a very close, hearty connection with Mahadeva. Even for small things, he will assume a body. Come here and play. This was the place where he was very playful and joyful, without any of the so-called social laws, regulations, rules, and the dharma which he himself created. Here, he has broken the laws he created as per the planets. He has changed the planets for Madurai people. He has changed the teachings for Madurai people. He has changed the social laws for Madurai people. He has broken all the moral rules for Madurai people. He has done everything possible. Socially accepted, unaccepted, legal, illegal, Dharmic, adharmic. In which Shastra it is dharmic? You convert the wolves into horses and sell them, and after you sell and go away, all that fellows, they become overnight, they become again wolf and bite and kill all the remaining horses who are there. And that poor king is now pauper. In which dharma it is accepted? In which Shastra it is accepted? He has done everything possible. He comes down as a worker for the old lady, saying that, see, once there was a flood, huge flood in Vaigai river, and king ordered all the citizens of Madurai should take up one portion and cover it with mud and build an embankment. So all of them have taken up one portion. One old lady, Vandi, her job is that making idli and puttu. Puttu is those days breakfast. She will make all this and sell for people. Still now, in Madurai it is a very popular business. Go out in the night, you will see hundreds of shops. The outside street, they will be making these idlis and selling, breakfast and selling. It is still their tradition. Now it is called Kushbu idli. In those days, it's a tradition of Vandi. So she used to make this pittu and sell. Those days breakfast. She did not get anybody to cover her portion, and she herself can't do. She is too old. She prays to Sundareshwara. This whole city, still now, any problem, the only person they turn to is Sundareshwara. They don't trust anybody else. They just turn towards Sundareshwara. And she is the old lady. She can't get a worker to fill her portion, to do her job. She turns towards Sundareshwara. Oh Chokanada, Sundareshwara. This guy would have just one thought, the whole Vaigai would have built, add embankment automatically. He does not do that. He comes down, assuming human body and bargaining with that lady. You should give me the pittu as much as I want, but I will work only for 3 hours. He says, I will work only for 2 jama. 2 muhurta. 1 muhurta is 1.5 hours. I will work only for 2 muhurta, but you should give me as much as I want. This poor lady, she doesn't have anybody else. So she says, all right, go ahead. You can see what is puttu. Come on, Shoma. This is puttu. Those days breakfast. So she doesn't have anybody else. So no other option. She accepts the bargain. This fellow finally finishes eating everything she cooked. After that, it doesn't work. He goes there and lies down in that bed. So he goes and lies down in the banks of Vaigai. I also traced the palace he had in Vaigai. Just in between, the mid of the water, he had a palace where he used to drink with that, all the bhutas. He was not a womanizer. He used to drink and gamble. He will have all these bhutas around and they will play the dice. He will gamble with them. Finally, what is there? Finally, he will cheat all of them. And he was not a womanizer, but he was he used to drink and gamble. Anyhow, so he went and lie down in the bank of Vaigai. King comes in the evening to see whether the embankment work is done. He sees all Parts have been covered except his portion, the Vandi's portion. King got very annoyed and asked whose portion it is. They said this is Vandi, old lady's portion. He asked, naturally she won't be able to do. Who is doing for her? They showed this guy has been employed by her, but from morning he is not doing anything, he is just lying there. So king calls him and asks, who are you? This fellow says, who are you to ask me this? King says, I am the king of this Madurai. He says, that is the way so many people were thinking, but actually I am the king. There was a strong argument. Finally, king was very angry and he took his sengol, the golden staff with which he rules the country, and gave a strong blow in the back of Sundareshwara. When that beating fell on Sundareshwara, when that stick fell on the Sundareshwara, at that same moment he showed to the king, he is the Antaryami, he is the indweller of every being, cosmos. So the whole world, whole universe, including himself, had that beating. The whole cosmos, including the king, had the mark of that golden staff, scepter, golden scepter's mark. And king was shocked. There he sees Sundareshwara standing with Meenakshi and smiling. King realized who came to play in the form of a worker, and he fell at the feet of Sundareshwara, asked him to apologize. Then Sundareshwara says, just because of Vandi's feeling connection, to please her, to eat her food, to enjoy her puttu, breakfast, I came and I enjoyed. He liberated, he gives enlightenment to Vandi and blesses the king and disappears. Till the end, he has not done his job. He did not do the job of building the embankment to the Vaigai. Casual leelas, not one or two, 64 leelas. God, I know for sure he would have done at least 64,000. And Paranjodi Munivar, the compiler, was able to collect only 64, representing all the 64,000s of leelas. The body with which he has performed this leela, especially blessing the Vandi and converting the wolves into horses, foxes into horses, that season, around 40 years, he has performed some more leelas. That body was used by him for 40 years. That body is resting in Madurai Adinam's property. I have taken the blessings of the 292nd Guruma Sannidhanam to build that into a beautiful, huge temple. You can see the scene of Sundareshwara coming and eating the puttu of Vandi, the old lady. When I remember, God, this very land, he has taken 11 bodies and walked. These very roads, he would have walked and sold the firewood. These very roads, he has walked and sold bangles. This very road, he walked and sold diamonds. I am really going crazy. this very Vaigai, he created this very Vaigai. He himself came and built embankment, at least acted as building embankment. Each action divine energy performs becomes one independent entity. If you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. Understand? Sundareshwara is the energy of Leela, playfulness. Ask him whatever he wants. He has broken all the rules. See, there is a law. Only a human body can radiate enlightenment, experience enlightenment. He has broken everything. He has given enlightenment to pigs. He has given enlightenment to bird. He has given enlightenment to cuckoo. He has given enlightenment to swan. Everyone can be assured. He has given enlightenment to pigs. What a Leela. Sundareshwara. Bhagavan explains.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, The Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the Oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivang, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivam, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivam as the sovereign. Just as how the Oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA.
Yes, Nityan, all of you. So, Bhakti. Swami shared his own life story on the Bhakti itself. How to develop the Bhakti, how to have that Bhava Samadhi, Bhava that Swami shared. Understand, only when you have that Bhava in you, that devotion, that Bhakti, even the life living itself will be juicy. Otherwise, without Bhakti, without devotion, life will be dry. So, having that devotion, that Bhakti is so much important to have that even juice in the life. So, this will be entering into the internalization exercise. Actually, first we'll be going through the one of the detox, like through the healthy eating. Like what is the healthy eating detox? So when you cleanse your muscle memory, this is one of the best detox that you can do to yourself. So we have one verse from here, which is from Shishrutra Samhita, chapter 64, 85th sloka. And the verse goes as, Shayam prapta manushyanam ashanam shruti shodhitam nantara bhojanam kuryat agnihotra samo vidihi. So human beings should eat only in the morning and in the evening as per the Vedic injunctions. Food should not be taken in between these two meals. This rule is equal to the rule of Agnihotra Vidhi. Not to eat after sunset, not to eat before sunrise. This is the beautiful sutra, Sas Pramana from Shushutra Samhita.
And also let us have a look at how to manage false hunger. So we've had a look at the eating habits. Now let us have a look at how to manage false hunger. So not to have any hunger, not to have to deal with any hunger during these two times. And Samji tells us every night when we fall asleep, we can keep a wet towel or a bag filled with ice cubes on the stomach. So every night when we fall asleep, we can keep a wet towel or a bag filled with ice cube on our stomach. And if you lie down like that, you can beautifully see how you slip into dream state and dream sleep. So you will easily fall into dream sleep, dream state. You will gain huge confidence to see the alternative states of your very existence. So how does this help? See, if you have a restful awareness to see your dreams, your deep sleep during the transition period, you will have the guts to see all delusions that you manifested.
Yes, so this is the detox. After this detox, we'll be entering into the internalization exercise. See, some of you are sharing about the so much of patterns that we have, how to destroy it. So when you renounce a wicked urges in you, which destroys the consciousness, understand, it's the urges that we have, the wicked urges that we have, the more you grow it, the more you give the power, it destroys the consciousness. That's why renouncing the wicked urges is very much important. So we'll be entering into the exercise, internalization exercise for this. So there are 3 steps for this. First step is you'll be sitting and describing your life purposes. Maybe 5-6 points you can write down. What do you feel the life purpose, your life purpose? So just sit with yourself a few minutes and look into yourself. What is your life purpose? So this question is very much customized for you. So each and every person should write it for yourself. We'll be displaying the slide also for you, reference. So let's enter into the first step. Sit and write down the life purpose, your life purpose. So just take a few minutes and write down.
Yes, let us move on to the second step. See, not assuming responsibility and not taking the role you need to play in life. Being afraid of your life, it stops you from your life purpose. So identify, smoke out these hypocrisies. Smoke out these hypocrisies, where you're not assuming responsibility, when you're not taking your role that you need to play, where you are being afraid of life. Smoke these out because these are stopping you from your life purpose. So let us continue.
Now let's renounce. Renouncing means understanding and executing by realizing a certain object, action, or thought pattern is not conducive for fulfillment of your mission. Understand, for the sake of your larger vision, your mission and responsibility, renounce your whims and fancies and lose way of thinking now. So let's take a few minutes. Let's enter into this step. Yes, now slowly you can relax from this internalization exercise. Understanding that when you renounce the thought patterns, actions, objects which are not conducive for your fulfillment of your mission, then you achieve your larger vision, your mission, your responsibility, and it will not destroy your consciousness. So with this, we'll be entering into understanding about the renunciation with the meditation. First, let's see how unclutching is related to what happens every moment in your body in terms of breathing. Understand, between incoming breath and the outgoing breath, there's a neutral space. Your identity exists only in the incoming and outgoing breath space. Constantly you connect and see. You are connected when you are aware of your breath. But there is a gap of the neutral space of your identity does not exist. You don't connect the gaps, you jump over the gap. So when there's a incoming breath, there's a neutral space, the gap, then outgoing breath, then there's a gap. But we don't connect to these gaps, we jump over these gaps, that the neutral space.
Yes, you think that the breathing space or the breathing time is more than the neutral space. This is because you have more thoughts when breathing, because you give more emphasis to your identity. You think that the time of the incoming breath and the time of the outgoing breath is more than the time of neutral space. But in reality, it is not. It's just a psychological game.
Actually, will be just to have a little display of the this incoming breath, outgoing breath, and the neutral space. You can have a look at it. So whenever there's an incoming breath, and at the top, when it turns, that gap is a neutral space. And again, outgoing breath. And then when again at the bottom, there's a turn, that's the neutral space. That gap. So we don't connect to these gaps and we jump over these gaps. That is the neutral space. So now we'll be entering into a self-purifying and evolutionary technique of unclutching. So let's request all of you to sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line and close your eyes. So requesting Ma Trikonasana, Ma Judy, Yang Chao Chonaya, Ma Feng, Yang Hui Lan, Ma Hang Chi, even Ma persons with the cameras off, Ma Paramashivoham, Chao Yu Huang, and all of you, please get ready for this meditation. You can sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line. You can close your eyes. And first few moments, just inhale and exhale as deeply as possible. And as you're inhaling and exhaling, slowly start witnessing only the incoming breath. So you are witnessing only the incoming breath. You don't have to bother about the outgoing breath or even the neutral space. Just witness the incoming breath first. Be the witness and become aware of the incoming breath. So this is the first step. Let's enter into this first step of this meditation. Just be aware of the incoming breath. Let's begin.
Now, slowly, start witnessing only the outgoing breath. Forget about the incoming breath or the neutral space. Just witness and be aware of only the outgoing breath. Let us continue.
Now, slowly, very slowly, be aware of both neutral zones. When your incoming breath turns into the outgoing breath, and when your outgoing breath turns into the incoming breath, be aware and witness both neutral spaces alone. So remember to be aware of both the neutral spaces. Intensely be aware of both the neutral spaces. Let's take few minutes on the neutral space.
Now, let us move on to fourth step. Be aware of the incoming breath, the neutral space, the outgoing breath, and the second neutral space. Just be unclutched. Whatever thought comes into your mind, do not connect it to anything. Don't even think that you are thinking. Even that idea comes because you connect your thoughts. So everything is just completely independent. Do not connect them and do not create one more thought that you are thinking. So once again, let us be aware of the incoming breath, neutral space, outgoing breath, and the second neutral space. Let us just be unclutched. Let us continue. All right, you can relax now. So this is an unclutching meditation, unclutching technique that you can use at any time, no matter where you are. You can just concentrate on the gaps between the in-breath and out-breath, the incoming breath, the outgoing breath, on the gaps, and then on every part of the process, of the breathing process. All right. So now let us move on with our program for today. This one we've done, no? Okay.
All right, so with this, we'll be moving on with the next revelations by Swamiji, which is going to be on how everything and everyone is divine. So Swamiji will be revealing on this, and even though many times we want to have bhakti within us, but we are not able to be in the space of bhakti. So what prevents bhakti in us? So Swamiji will be revealing on these truths. So come to the space of listening. Let's enter into these powerful truths that Swamiji is revealing.
Today, in this chapter, Krishna shows his cosmic form to Arjuna, gives him the experience of universal consciousness. First time, Arjuna is experiencing it. From the beginning, from first chapter, he is only hearing. Again and again he is hearing. Yesterday he heard the complete, full expression. He says, Krishna declares how he is present in every level, how he is in every way. He says, among the rishis, I am Narada. Whatever is best, I shine in that. Yesterday we heard all that declaration by Arjuna. Today he proves it by giving the experience to Arjuna, solid experience to Arjuna. See, the difference between enlightened man and egoistic man is only one thing. Egoistic man also declares, but enlightened man can give experience. Hiranyakasipu was thinking he was God, and not only he was thinking, he was telling all his citizens to chant his name. All of them are supposed to chant his name. Hiranyaya Namaha. They have to sit and repeat his name. Hiranya was also claiming he is God. Krishna also claims he is God. But what is the difference? Hiranya cannot give that experience. He will tell, either believe I am God or I will kill you. Either believe I am God or I will kill you. He can show, he can threaten people and make them believe what he says. Or he believes people believe in what he says, that's all. Hiranya also says he is God. Krishna also says he is God. But Krishna can give experience of that universal consciousness to beings. That is where an enlightened being and an egoistic being, both of them differ. How to find out whether somebody is enlightened or just egoistic? This is the scale. This is the scale. If he can give experience, if he can play with energy, then whatever comes through him, comes from him, is truth. Here, Krishna shows very clearly, he is everything. A beautiful chapter. This whole chapter, such wonderful chapter. In Bhagavata there is a beautiful sloka. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam kavibiridinam kalmashavakam Shravana mangalam srimadadadam bhuvigrunandide buridajana. This is Gopika Gitam. Gopis, they sing, O Krishna, Tavakatamritam means your words and words about you. Katamritam. Words of immortality, words of nectar. Your words and words about you. On you and by you. Both. Tapta Jivanam. Kavibiriditam. Kalmashavagam. Shravana Mangalam. Srimadadatam. Shravana Mangalam. Just by listening, it creates auspiciousness in us. Shravana Mangalam. Srimadadatam. Bhuvigrunandide Buridajana. It is worshipped or expressed as the highest thing by the great rishis or by the great people. The people who experienced you, they again and again and again feel the joy by speaking about you, by repeating your words. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam. They just rejuvenate our whole being. Kavivirididam kalmashavagam. Shravana mangalam srimadadatam. Just by listening, it transports us to a different plane. If we fall in love with Krishna, if we have really started enjoying his words, this is the chapter to enjoy. Here, he is not giving any teaching, no teachings. This whole chapter, practically no teachings is given. He doesn't say do this, do that, be like this, be like that. No. All the intellectual stuff is over. All do's and don'ts are over. The vidhi and nisheda is over. No more vidhi, no more nisheda. Straight away gives experience. He shows very clearly, I am everything. He shows clearly, Krishna explains, not explains. He just gives the experience of ultimate universal consciousness. He shows very clearly how he is present in the whole universe. And Arjuna experiences the whole universal consciousness. This whole chapter is pure experience. First thing we should understand, is it possible to experience universal consciousness? That has to be understood. Next thing, what is the basic need to experience that? Third, when experience happens, what happens inside our being? These three we will understand from this chapter, and such wonderful possibility to experience the Krishna as the cosmic window. Yesterday he intellectually expressed, I am the ultimate. I can't say it is an intellectual expression, it is an expression given to a person who is deeply in love. Please understand, Krishna can be God only when a person achieves the maturity of Arjuna. Not for everybody. That is why, as I was telling you, Krishna also declares the same thing, I am God. The truth should be declared only to a person who is qualified, mature. Only when you reach the level of Krishna, you experience the divinity of, only when you reach the level of Arjuna, you experience the divinity of Krishna. As I was telling you, when you deeply feel connected, even ordinary person looks like God, looks like divine. And Shiva says in Tantra, when you drop all your fantasies, you become Shiva and your wife becomes Uma. You reach the state of Shivatva and she reaches the state of Devi. It's a strange thing. How can you become enlightened with a normal life? Shiva says, live with your wife or husband, nothing wrong, but just drop the fantasies which you are carrying. When you live without fantasies, the other person looks like God. Be very clear, everybody is God, including you. But as long as you carry the frame or your own idea about God, you try to fix everybody into that frame. When they don't fix, you throw the person instead of frame. Now Shiva says, just throw the frame, you will see everybody as God. You will see everybody as divine. But what we do usually, we throw the person, not the frame. It is like cutting the leg for the shoe. Alter the shoe, not the leg. When you alter the shoe for the leg, you are intelligent. When you cut the leg for the shoe, you are doing the same thing in your life. You have an imagination, how your wife should be, how your son should be, how your daughter should be, how your brother should be. You try to fix everybody into that imagination, into that frame, and you suffocate them. You suffocate them. And they get suffocated and they try to run away from you. That is why every single moment the other always suffocates you. Other always suffocates you. Why do you need your space? Why do we need our space? Because the other suffocates us. The other person has got his own frame. He is trying to put us into that frame. If you don't fall in that frame, you are a little bit chiseled here and there. And little bit this side, little bit this side, little bit this side. You are cut, chiseled, and small pieces are removed from you. That's what we are doing. Continuously we chisel the other person. Shiva says, when you are deeply connected with the other person, as he is, as she is, when you accept the other person as he is or as she is, immediately the other person, you feel like God. You feel such a deep divine relationship. You feel the other person is divine. First thing for that, you need to accept yourself as you are. You need to accept you as you are. Only then you can accept the other person as he is. Then naturally you experience a deep divine connection. And one more thing. When you continuously chisel, never think you will end your job. Never think you will end your job. You can never be happy chiseling the outer. You can be happy only by dropping your image. Small story. I always tell this story. One guy presents a new puppy dog to his friend at the time of marriage. After 3 months, he comes to his house and asks, how is your marriage going on? How do you feel? What's the change you feel in your life? This guy says, nothing much, a small change. In the beginning, 3 months ago, the puppy which you presented to me, that used to bark at me, and wife will bring newspaper early morning. Now, early morning, puppy brings newspaper, she barks at me, that's all. Earlier, puppy will bring newspaper and earlier she will bring newspaper, puppy will bark. Now, puppy brings newspaper, she barks. When you try to chisel, continuously bark, but nothing happens. Nothing Solid happens in our being and in other being. When you accept the other person, he looks like God. Same way, when you accept the whole universe, when you accept every being, the whole universe looks like God. Of course, this experience can be achieved in two ways. Please understand, this experience can be achieved by two ways. One, by your own tapasya, acquiring maturity, again and again understanding, achieving the maturity, you experience that. Second, by pouring tremendous energy into your being, a master can give this experience. By bringing you to that frequency, master can also give you this experience. Both the way it can happen. But one thing, unless you are at least little mature, the experience will not stay even if master gives you. That is what happens here. In the end of the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, Arjuna says, no, Krishna, I am not able to bear. Enough, I enjoyed, it's okay. I asked you, it is true. But now I think it is too much. Please show me your normal form. The frequency is too much. The other day, one of our ashramites, she was asking me, I was sitting and watching CNN. I was seeing the Hurricane Katrina's disasters by Hurricane Katrina. She asked me, Swamiji, why all these things are happening? All ashramites were sitting in the morning meeting. She told me, why so much of calamity, disaster? See, understand one thing. I gave a small example. There is an ant hill, small ant hill. If you drive your car on that ant hill and kill all the ants, it is actually natural calamity for them. They may say, Hurricane SUV. They may name that as a Hurricane SUV. It is a natural calamity for them. And can you say it is predestined? Can you say it is predestined or free will? Can you relate with that incident? What the ants feel when you do this type of things, when this type of things happen? Your logic and their logic is totally different. They can't question you and you can't answer them. They may also start doing big relief work. They will ask all the ants, whomsoever is alive, whatever your savings, please bring all the sugar peas, all the fruits, all the food. Let us serve. They may have a small red grass. And they may also have, instead of red grass, they may have something like a red ant grass. Something. They may be also doing a big relief work. They may also be serving. But if the ants ask you, can they ask first of all? No. We don't know. Maybe there must be an enlightened ant which is giving discourse. Sitting and calling all the ants and saying, you see, this all happened because God wills. How? The logic of the ants is totally different. The level of will, their will level is different, their frequency is different, and your frequency is different. And the ultimate, the cosmic consciousness, that frequency is different. Just like how you will not even know your car made an accident. You do not even know you killed thousands of ants. If your car kills, and if you kill, you will not even know. You wouldn't have even noticed. Same way, the cosmic energy don't even know what is going on. The level itself is totally different. The frequency of consciousness itself is different. The frequency in which the ants accident happens is different. The frequency in which you are staying is different. The frequency in which the cosmic consciousness is happening is different. From that level, if you see, it is nothing but a small wave. For example, near your water tank. In India, there should be open water tank, open drainage. Near the water tank, if there was an ant hill, and you just poured 1 mug of water, by mistake, the water showered on the ant hill and all the ants are washed away. The same thing happened now in New Orleans, that's all. In the cosmic level, that much only. In that big ocean, 1 handful of water came inside the city and the city is washed away. In the cosmic level, the happenings are totally different. The will, the level of will, the frequency of will is totally different. All we can do in our life is, we can become one with that will, that's all. We can raise the frequency of our will, frequency of our consciousness to that level, that's all. You cannot understand that level. Neither God nor your wife can be understood. Just learn how to live with them. Just learn how to live with them. Both cannot be understood. And the more you try, more you are in trouble. Of course, when I say wife, I mean husband also. Both cannot be understood. You cannot understand. See, ants cannot question and understand why you did that, why you poured 1 mug water on their hill, on their house. They can neither ask you nor you can explain to them, because their level of logic is different. The very frequency level is different, and your frequency level is different. And that universal consciousness, that frequency level is different. The ants, they live in the frequency of 10, you live in the frequency of 100, and the universal consciousness is in the frequency of infinity. All we can do in the life is raise your frequency of consciousness to that level and experience it. Raise your will to that level and experience it. That's all. Nothing else can be done. Logically, nothing can be done. The more you try to understand, more confusion. Please understand. Whomsoever promises you that they will give you logical solution, or they will make you understand about all these problems, be very clear, he is cheating you. Whoever tried to answer these questions, why so much of natural calamity? Why death? Why all these things in the life? Why somebody is high and somebody is low? Whoever tried to answer these questions, they did only one thing, created one more philosophy, that's all. Created one more philosophy, that's all. Neither they understood, nor others have understood. At the most, if they are little charismatic, if they are little intellectual, if they can play with words, they have cheated a group of people, that's all. Nothing else. Please be very clear. All answers for these questions are pure way of cheating a group of people. And you know, when you speak logically, when you know how to play with words, you can always cheat people. You can always cheat people. And you don't even need to be so intelligent to people, because people are not so intelligent. You don't have to be so intelligent to cheat people, because people are not as intelligent as you think. So you don't need to be so intelligent. That is why all philosophers, they convince others, but they are not convinced. I know a great atheist. I have seen him. A great atheist. But when he died, he chanted God's name. He started chanting Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna. People asked him, what is this throughout your life? You lived preaching atheism, spreading atheism, living in atheist way. Why are you now chanting Rama Krishna? No, for life it is okay. When it comes to death, I have to. As long as I live, it's okay. When it comes to death, I have to catch. Who knows, he may be there. Better now itself let me chant and keep in the reserve, keep in the bank. When I go there, I can say, you see, I chanted your name 3 times. At least for that, give me some concession. Be very clear. These philosophers, they convince others without they being convinced. And one more thing, trying to convince others itself shows that person is not convinced completely. And I tell you one more thing, people who are violent preachers without having personal experience will always fall into worst depression. You don't need to give any other punishment to them. And many people come and ask me, Swamiji, so much of conversion is going on. You guys should, you people all should do something. Why don't you do something? I tell them, please relax. No need to punish them. Because they are having enough of punishment already. Already they have enough punishment. Religion. I never ask anybody to convert. What is the need? First of all, I don't have any religion. Because what I am teaching is the pure Satya, truth. Truth. For example, just because this light is discovered by Thomas Alva Edison, we can't say this light belongs to only Christians. It belongs to the whole world. Same way, these truths which gives inner light, they are discovered by Krishna, but it doesn't belong to one religion. It belongs to the whole world. Just like a light, it belongs to the whole world. So I never ask people to convert. What's the need? There is no need. Just understand the truth. Live your life happily. Live your life intensely. That's all. We never believe in conversion. But there are people violent, continuously converting. And this preacher, he somehow fell into depression. Because when you don't have experience and just preach, how long you can do? He fell in depression. Somehow he heard about me and secret way, without any public, when nobody is there, privately he wanted to come and meet me. I said, all right, after all, he wants to meet, give appointment. He came and he opened up and spoke everything. That is, anyhow, I wanted to maintain the privacy, that's why I don't want to tell the name. He's a very popular preacher. And after having the healing and 2-3 days he was regular, he came and he felt better, a lot better, and he had the healing. He came out of the depression. Then slowly I asked him, why do you preach so violently? He openly says, Swamiji, when I feel so many people follow me, I feel what I am preaching is truth. I feel convinced what I am teaching is truth. In the beginning, I did not have enough confidence about what I am speaking. After some time, when I saw that 10,000 people are following me, I thought, 10,000 people cannot be full. There must be some truth in what I am preaching. Be very clear. Preaching without experience means you are trying to solidify your own confidence. You yourself don't have confidence. By preaching, you try to create confidence. Here, the only difference between Hiranya and Krishna is, Hiranya is trying to convince his idea by making many people as his followers. He himself has not experienced. He is just trying to play the game. Krishna straight away gives the experience. Krishna declaring, I am God, is not for his ego. He is explaining for you to experience the truth. That's why he says, Arjuna, for your sake I am speaking these words. Beautifully, he gives the solid experience to Arjuna of the whole cosmic consciousness.
Say, at this moment I feel it is worth dying for this experience. That mood prepares your body and mind and protects you from all the extremities associated with enlightenment. Understand? Understand the question thoroughly. says he has heard from two people, two masters, that enlightened one cannot live in the body. I do not want to comment about their words, what context they said and how you heard and all that. I don't want to comment on that. But I wanted you to understand one thing. The moment I created this feeling in you, for this experience, even death is okay. It means you become ripe enough to hold that experience in your body. Understand? Till you have, see, what is death? What is fear of death? If you are afraid of death, still you have the hope for life, hanging on to life. So if you are clinging or hanging on to life, how can enlightenment happen to you? I tell you, the moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die. The moment you are ready to face the death, you are free from death. Enlightenment can stay in your body now without causing the extremities associated to it. You can see very clearly, she was already ready. See, in Sati's body she gets Satori. In Parvati's body she gets enlightenment. In Meenakshi's body she is an incarnation. What makes Sati into Parvati and Parvati to Meenakshi? Understand, non-clinging to life. Non-clinging to life. Stop clinging to life. All hopes are hopelessness. Get more and more comfortable with your insecure imaginations. Please understand. I wanted this to be one of the important understanding for all my disciples and followers. Get more and more comfortable with your uncomfortable fear fantasies, uncomfortable insecurity thoughts, uncomfortable insecurity imaginations. For example, if you have wealth, suddenly you will think, oh, if some thief comes and steals everything, what will they do? There are some other. But nowadays the fear of small thieves have disappeared. Fear of big thief means the government. Now the whole thing collapsing. Economy melting down. What is the economy melting down? The larger thief stealing everybody's wealth by wrong policies and corruption. So you have fear. If the whole thing melts down, what will I do? Where will I be? How will I be? See, everybody constantly has these insecurity imaginations. Especially early morning before you wake up from the bed. Either you will have the deep insecurity imaginations or fantasies. This too only wakes you up from the bed early morning. Of course, about fantasies, with fantasies already you are comfortable. But these insecurity imaginations, start getting comfortable with that. Okay. Now you are there. That does not mean you are going to become reality. Your ability to get comfortable with insecurity imagination makes your nervous system ripe enough to hold the highest experiences. Understand? This is the only way Sati becomes Parvati, Parvati becomes Meenakshi. Your ability to handle very beautifully in one place in Shiva Sutras, Mahadeva says, living in utter insecurity is living enlightenment. Get comfortable with your insecurity imagination. Only the people whose nerves have become comfortable with the insecurity imaginations have achieved highest things on the planet Earth, whether it is in the outer world or in the inner world. People whose nervous system cannot handle the insecurity imaginations, I tell you, when I declared a few days before a new understanding for our Sangha, you do whatever is your maximum capacity. I tell you, when Buddha gave sannyas to women, of course, I am not against giving sannyas to women, I am all for it. But Buddha knows human beings. He says when he gave sannyas to women and made them also part of the Sangha, he says, I reduced the longevity and purity of my Sangha. Because after him, there will be too much of men exploiting women and women exploiting men. It's not that only men exploit women, women also exploit men. In both ways. I have seen. Oh, anyhow, it's like different ways, not just the guru-disciple relationship. In so many ways, it's men and women exploiting each other. He knows, as long as he's in the body, that won't happen. The moment he leaves the body, it is going to happen. He says he reduced the purity and longevity of the Sangha. I tell you, when I said be honest to yourself, I felt exactly the same after I leave the body. Of course, as long as I am in the body, I will be going on inspiring you guys. And you will again and again, true to be your honest capability and true to your core, all that will continuously happen as long as I am in the body. After that, this law, this understanding, I know, is going to create people who are lazy, dull, dead, enemies to enlightenment. I don't know how people are going to handle those beings at that time. When I am in the body, we will handle. Still, I do not know how you guys are going to handle. Of course, none of you are going to be in the body. I am going to be living for quite a long time. I am saying, the next generation, maybe your third generation only is going to be the last generation I will be seeing. Then next generation, your fourth generation only is going to be my successors. Because the moment I say be honest to yourself, be true to your capacity, you don't even know your capacity. You will completely get comfortable with your lifestyle. See, by the word, through the word productivity, I was constantly making you get comfortable with your insecure imaginations. You see, with the word productivity and with that scale, with that idea, constantly you are made to live in that, get comfortable with your insecurity imagination of, that is the ultimate insecurity. If I lose master, what will I do? That's the ultimate insecurity. But only when you get comfortable with those insecurity imaginations, your nerves become strong to hold the highest Kundalini awakening. When you say, okay, if at one day if I am kicked out, it is okay, but now I am going to imbibe whatever best and maximum I can. Only with this coming to terms with the reality, your nervous system becomes so strong and you imbibe completely maximum whatever you need to imbibe. When that insecurity never becomes part of your life, you are going to be standing in rain with a raincoat and umbrella. Not even a drop of rain is going to touch you. I am showering like a rain. You stand with umbrella and raincoat, which is called security. The secured feeling and the secured thought trend. No. Swamiji already said, you be honest to your capacity. This thought trend is going to be more like a raincoat and umbrella. Now, I only have to inspire you continuously. Anyhow, I am opening up and presenting the whole philosophy in front of you. How this Rajendra Kumar describes, I feel it is worth dying for this experience. When this thought trend becomes part of your system, your nervous system gets the strength to experience and hold the highest Kundalini awakening. Then your system becomes alive. I tell you, to prepare you for this level is the incarnation's job. That is my job. Nothing else. Rajendra Kumar is beautifully putting it. I should first become a candle and burn for you and disappear in your eternal light. That too would not be enough. I tell you, the moment I brought this attitude in you, my job as a great incarnation has happened. I have done to you. You are done with me. I am done with you now. Now, simply the cosmos will enter you and your system is ready to hold that experience. It is all about nothing but making you comfortable. You see, how comfortable you are with your greed-based fantasies. Same way you need to be comfortable with your fear-based imaginations. For example, that early morning, sometime when you have that greed-based fantasies, how comfortable you don't even want to get out of it. But somehow this foolish alarm rings only at that moment. How comfortable your whole nervous system is with that greed-based fantasies. To the same level, your nervous system should be comfortable and joyful, relaxed with your fear-based fantasies, fear-based insecurity thoughts. You say, oh, how can it be? You are saying nightmare and sweet dream should be same? Yes. Because both is from you. You are the source. Whether it is a sweet dream or nightmare, you are the source. You are the creator. My whole job is making your nervous system comfortable with your nightmare also, the same way your sweet dreams are comfortable. How you are comfortable with your sweet dreams, to that same way I should make you comfortable with your nightmares. Then my job is done. Then your body is ready for the highest Kundalini experience. Then I have completed the job of carving a yogic body and Vedic mind. So Rajendra Kumar, depth of inspiration in you all means the ability to handle to get comfortable with the insecurity, I myself should have gone through the whole thing in front of your eyes. I should say in 2012, some of the Asuras tried to invade the Biddi campus. I went through that. Only then you will stand. You will understand, yes, what he says is true. He did not have nervous breakdown. And he stood. His most insecurity imaginations have been a very comfortable flow in him. He was completely comfortable with the sweet dreams and nightmares, insecurity imaginations and extraordinary expression of spiritual energy. See, morning somebody does Pada Puja saying, "Oh, embodiment of all gods and goddesses." In next few hours, somebody says he's a criminal and we are going to put him in prison. And you need a nervous system which is completely comfortable with both, which does not lead to nervous breakdown. Understand? Both can lead to nervous breakdown. It is not that only insecurity, even too much of respect. Suddenly, you see, in your house, the people who live around you suddenly starts respecting you like a god. What will happen to you? You will go crazy. In 2 days, you will go mad. You will become loose. You will say, no, I am ordinary. Whether fear or greed, disrespect or respect, both can make you crazy. Your nervous system won't be able to handle. And if both are happening at a time, just today, one side the 15 international media has published about our diabetes kriya. 15 international magazines and 4 third-rate journals in Tamil Nadu have published articles putting so many nonsensical allegations on me. Both happening in same way, same time. You will become mad. If your nervous system is not strong enough, I tell you, preparing your nervous system strong enough to hold the fantasies of greed and imaginations of insecurity. Early morning, if you are lying and imagining some sweet dreams, if this person lives with me, if I am with that person and that kind of house and car and bungalow, money, how life will. Whether you are drooling or shaking, suddenly some dream, tiger is chasing you and a huge python is trying to swallow you, or you lost all the money in your share market, your net worth has melted down. I tell you, the real your net worth, which can never melt down, is inner awakening. Your any other net worth will melt down. That is why I tell you, have some asset which will not melt down. Your capability See, it is not that easy. You can hide and cover up your fears and insecurity and live your life. Your stomach will get churned. You will have diarrhea. This time in the prison, the jailer was the head of the jail. He became very friendly with me. He was a devoted person. I have never seen a jailer falling at the feet of an accused. The moment I was taken inside the jail, the first thing he looked around, and when there was no media camera, he fell flat at my feet. I was shocked. Oh God, what is going on? I blessed him, be blissful. And he was not even getting up. He said, put your hand on my head and bless Swamiji, only then I will get up. I blessed him. He says, I was so happy the moment they said they are bringing you here. I said, what do you mean? He was telling, you are my guest. I am going to take care of you. Come on. Then he told me, I read all your books. I have seen your YouTube discourses. I always wanted to come and see you in the ashram. You came here to grace me. I said, okay. I don't want any more jailers praying for my darshan. And he said, please accept my hospitality. But the guy was really nice. It's not that easy to hide the insecurity if it is there inside. Understand? Some of the media, they questioned me in a press meet. Are you trying to hide your insecurity by constantly smiling? I told them, why don't you try? Why don't you try? Try to hide your insecurity by constantly smiling. Let me see how much you are successful. You need a special nervous system through which the current of insecurity and the current of future possibility both can flow. I tell you, when you are always in the peak, means the future, this side is also possible and that side is also possible. Only then you are alive. I tell you, somebody may think I am a good guy, somebody may think I am a bad guy, but I can tell you about me, I am a living guy. I am alive. The extreme good, what can happen? Being worshipped by people as the God while in the body. I have seen that extreme. And the same way, the other extreme, being abused with all the lies and false allegations, constantly being tortured, disrespected. I have seen this extreme. And both waves could not make any pattern in my nervous system. Birds don't leave footprints in the space. Same way, both does not leave any footprints in my nervous system. Only buffaloes leave strong footprint in the mud. If your inner space, if your nervous system is more like a mud, only buffaloes walk in that and leave a strong footprint. You can see. In the mud, when the buffaloes leave, footprints are formed, and then when it dries in the sun, it is frozen. Sorry, it's dried. It becomes permanent. Mud is your weak nervous system. Buffalo is the experiences happening on you. When the sun is exposed to that footprint, it becomes like a solid stone after drying up. Life's various other experiences are the sun's exposure to that footprint, so it becomes a permanent pattern in you. But if your inner space is like a sky, all the experiences of the extremities, either the experience of fear or the experience of greed, flows in you, flies in you like a bird. You can see the buffalo's footprint. If you are a mud, you carry only this. If your inner space is like a air, ether, every experience is like a bird which does not leave any footprint. I tell you, take this up like a samyama, meditation, getting comfortable with your extreme fantasies, positive and negative. Please understand. Your extreme fantasies, positive. Your extreme fantasies, negative. Both. Get comfortable. Yes, if that happens, if that is the way things happen, what can be done? Okay, next. Next. That's it. And I still remember the jailer asked me, Swamiji, you are not suffering. Why are you trying to fast? I said, fasting I am doing just to put it on record about my resistance. That what they are doing is illegal. The international media is watching. And the history is going to record. Not only I am arrested, how I responded to the arrest. Not only I was persecuted, how I responded to my persecution. So I need to put it on record. I need to create the right history. I am not suffering. Is part of my spiritual history. But I did not budge. I recorded my opposition and resistance is going to be the part of my social history. To face any extreme, you will not be affected by any extreme. The moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die. But as long as you are not ready to die, death is waiting for you. You need to die. The moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die.
Here, first time Krishna is giving ultimate technique for quantum spirituality. He is the first quantum scientist in the inner world. In the inner world. He gives a technique for quantum spirituality. He says, relax and surrender. Suddenly, you will experience the intensity of your consciousness. You will understand you don't have to choose between horizontal line and vertical line. You can explode in all the 360 degree. You don't have to choose between this line and that line. You don't have to take choice. Please be very clear. Only when you experience the choicelessness. When I say choicelessness, I don't mean you will not choose anything. You will choose everything. You will have everything. When I say surrender, I do not mean the dead surrender. I have seen so many people saying, Swamiji, I surrendered everything to God. I surrendered everything to divine. I surrendered everything to existence. But you will see it will be only in the level of words, not in the level of reality, not in the level of existence. People make funny statements. Swamiji, I surrendered everything to God, but just please bless me so that I should have good job. I should have a little more paying job. As of now I have this job, but if you can bless me to have a little better job, it will be really nice. Please be very clear, our surrender is pseudo. Our surrender is pseudo. Before making any statement, be very clear about what you are speaking. Sometimes we make statements without even knowing the meaning. So many people, they will come and tell me, Swamiji, I surrendered everything to you. Please give me a little mental peace. I tell them, please come for one meditation program. No, 2 days I cannot afford. Just now they said they have surrendered everything to me, and they say, I cannot afford 2 days. Sometimes we make statements without knowing the situation or the reality. Small story. One journalist, a reporter, he saw a crowd gathered around an accident in the road. He tried his best to get in, to see. He is not able to. He suddenly started shouting, oh my son is got in the accident. Please give me the way, give me the way. He started shouting. People all gave way. He just went near and saw one donkey was lying in front of the car. There was a donkey in front of the car. Please be very clear. Before making any statement, know the situation. Without knowing, when you make statement, you are the person who is going to suffer. With the surrender also, we make statements without knowing the truth. With the real surrender, you don't exclude anything, you include everything. You just experience the whole. You explode in all the directions. You just experience horizontal line and vertical line and something more, which you have never imagined. You will experience the different dimensions of your own being. When I say surrender, I don't mean you need to surrender to somebody. There is no need to surrender to somebody. There is no need to surrender to some other God, some other guru. Of course, God or guru is just a symbol. You don't have to surrender to that God or that guru. Just surrender to your own consciousness, your own inner space. But you never respect or trust your inner space. That is why in the initial level you need God, you need Guru. The other day, somebody was asking, Swamiji, if I surrender to you, what should I do? I said, if you really surrender to me, you will not have that question, what should I do? You will be simply guided from within. You will be simply guided from within. People come and ask me, yes Swamiji, I surrendered everything, now what should I do? When you really surrender, you will not have this very question. The very question will not exist. Simply, you will surrender the whole being. When you are completely surrendered, you will see your intuition or the divine intelligence automatically guides you. As long as you have doubts, be very clear, you have not surrendered. You have not surrendered. Here, Krishna says beautifully about the surrender. Adhishtanam tadakarta karanam cha pratakvitam vividascha pratakseshta daivam chaivatra panjamam. The place of action, the performer, the various senses, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the Paramatman. These are the 5 factors of action. Here he says the factors of action. And the next step, Tatraivam sadigartaram atmanam kevalam tuyaha pashyat krita buddhitvan sapashyadi durmati. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. Now he gives the exact technology of surrender. In these 2 sloka, these 2 sloka can be called as stotra and shastra and sutra. Shastra means which shows you the goal. Stotra means which is out of devotion. Sutra means which gives you the technology. In these 2 sloka, he gives you the exact technology of surrender. Understand? Whatever you think as you is totality of so many things, and individually everything is responsible for something, but suddenly you start thinking you are responsible for the whole thing. You are responsible for the whole thing. That is where the trouble starts. That is where the trouble starts. And he gives the technology how to experience the deeper levels of surrender. 3 levels of surrender exist. One is intellectual surrender, means trusting the master's intellect is much sharper, much more than your intellect, is intellectual surrender. Next, emotional surrender, surrendering the emotions, trusting that master's emotions or the way in which he guides is much more intelligent, that is best than my emotions. Third, surrendering the very senses, very cognition, the cognition which happens inside you, surrendering the root of the cognition itself. Here, surrendering the intellect is very easy because it continuously tortures you. After some years, you have suffered enough with the intellect. You somehow wanted to get rid of it. You just surrender. Surrendering intellect is very, very easy. Just if you see somebody who is more intelligent, clear than your thinking system, you just surrender. For example, if you go to a consultant, naturally you surrender intellectually. You surrender to his ideas. If you go to a lawyer, you surrender legally. You know in that field he is more sharp than you. So you surrender to lawyer in that field. When you go to some accountant, you surrender to him intellectually as far as the accounts concerned, because he knows much more than you in that field. Intellectual surrender is easy. Same way, if you see somebody who has got more knowledge in the spiritual field, intellectually, immediately your intellect surrenders. That's not a big thing. Surrendering intellectually happens very easily. Moreover, you just wanted to get rid of it. You are finding somebody, you are finding some dustbin where you can dump your intellect. So when you find somebody, you just relax from it. Next is emotional surrender. That happens when you feel deeply connected with the master. When you feel deeply connected with the master. When you start experiencing 1 or 2 things, little meditation, little bit of understanding, naturally the emotional surrender starts happening. You start respecting his emotions much more than your emotions. Master's emotions means whatever he tries to guide you, whatever way he wants you to live, you start giving importance to that more than what you think as life. Slowly, slowly, he becomes the center of your life. Almost like you start respecting him more than all other emotional attachments. The priority is slowly changing. You start thinking in your emotion, in your emotional level, Master comes as a number one priority. This is what I call emotional surrender. In the emotional level, you feel connected. Next, a deep level, of course, it's a spiritual technique. Because you all heard enough of these intellectual things, these 17 days, I think now you should understand the deeper levels of techniques. Surrender of senses means even your senses will listen to what he says. One disciple asked the Rishi, Vedic Rishi, why should I surrender? What is the need? Master asks, as far as you understand as you, how do you know you? He says, through my senses. According to your senses, who are you? I am this body and mind. Master says, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. Only when you surrender your senses, only when your senses starts listening to what I say, you will see the truth of what I am explaining. According to you, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. When you surrender your senses, when you believe me more than your senses, you will experience you are God. He says, the moment you believe me more than your senses, you will understand the meaning of Tattvamasi. Master again and again represents the ideal of you are God. Please understand, again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God. Again and again, he stands for the ideal of you are infinite. There are so many dimensions in your being which you have not explored, which you have not experienced. Again and again, he is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. He is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. Master stands for your multidimensional being. He again and again shows it is possible for you. When it is possible for me, why not for you? But as long as you believe your senses, you will be sure that you are body or mind. Only when you trust Master more than your senses, you will understand Master's words are true than your senses. Then you will experience the truth of Master's words. Then when Master says you are God, suddenly you will realize, yes, that is truth. All these days, my body and mind, my senses are telling, I am body and mind. As long as you believe your senses, you will believe only their ideas. The moment you start believing the Master more than your senses, you will realize the truth which Master explains. Two persons are speaking from two stages. One side your senses, they are saying you are body, you are mind. The other side Master is sitting, he is saying you are God and you are divine. You have so many dimensions of your being. Enjoy everything, experience everything. If you are sitting there and listening, you cannot listen this. Only when you believe this, the words of the Masters, more than the words of the senses, you will be able to experience the truth that you are God, you are ultimate, you are material and spiritual both together and something more. Let me tell you a small incident in Krishna's life. After the Gita, Krishna and Arjuna, both of them are going somewhere. After the war, everything is over. Maybe for a picnic, outing. Suddenly Krishna says, Arjuna, see that white color crows. Arjuna says, yes, beautiful white crows. After 2 minutes, Krishna says, no, they are black crows only. Arjuna says, yes, Krishna, they are black crows only. Suddenly Krishna asks, fool, what happened to you? When I say white, you say white. When I say black, you say black. What happened to you? What happened to your senses? Arjuna says, Krishna, I do not know what happened to my senses. But one thing is sure, when you said it is white, I saw them as white. When you said they are black, I saw them as black. I do not know what happened to my senses. I do not know what happened to me. One thing is sure, the crow is not going to give me life. You are my life. I do not know logically whether the crow is white or black. But I saw as you directed. When you said it is white, I saw it as white. When you said it is black, I saw that as black. In the inner world, the first and last tool which you need is complete surrender. Complete surrender. Only then you can wake up to the truth. You can wake up to the truth. Then Krishna says, you are right. Because you started trusting me more than your senses. If Arjuna is trusting his senses, at the most, he would have been a good warrior, good king. But because he trusted Krishna more than his senses, he has become enlightened. Krishna says, if you trusted your senses, you would have at the most had good eyes. You would have seen the black crow as black crow and white crow as white crow. That's not a big deal. We are all seeing that way only. And that's not a big deal. Because you trusted me more than your senses, you have become enlightened. You are liberated. And he has experienced the truth of Krishna. Understand? The truth of Krishna, Krishna consciousness is experienced by surrendering the senses. Not just by intellect, not just by emotion, but by surrendering the very root of intellect and emotion, the senses, which supplies the data. The source of the data itself is surrendered. You receive all the information about you through senses. Please understand, you do not know about you. You respect yourself only by the data which you collected through the senses. If somebody says you are beautiful, you enter, you put the entry in your book, I am beautiful by so and so. If somebody says you are intelligent, then you put that entry, I am intelligent by so and so. If somebody says you are tall, dark and handsome, you put that tall, dark and handsome by so and so. If somebody says you are dumb, then you put I am dumb by so and so. The end of the day, you put all the things together and see the report, survey. You just see the survey report. Then you come to the conclusion, 72% of the people say I am intelligent. And next 20% they say I am dumb. There are few remaining people who don't want to say any words, who is not interested in any opinion. So understand whether you remember whether you understand this way or that way. The end of the day, you see the survey report and you decide the gist of the report is you. When 70% people say, I think 70% may not be fools. I must be intelligent. You come to the conclusion about you only by others' opinions. Whole day you are in signature campaign. Continuously you are taking survey. You go around, please tell me something about me. Please tell something about me. You are continuously doing the signature campaign. Here Krishna says, surrender the very senses which gives you an idea about what you are. When you surrender the very root which gives you an idea about who you are, you will naturally experience you are neither body nor mind as you are suggested or advised, made to believe by the society. As long as you believe the senses, you will be believing your body and mind. Only when you believe the Master's words, when you trust the Master's words more than your senses, you realize the truth that you are divine. One side, all your senses are sitting and telling you you are body and mind. The other side, Master is telling you you are divine and you are in bliss. You are consciousness beyond body and mind. Now it is up to us what we are going to choose. If you believe the senses, you can't believe the Master. If you believe the Master, you can't believe the senses. Whether you are surrendered to your senses or surrendered to the Master will be decided based on your way of life. It is up to you to surrender to the Master or surrender to the senses. Here Krishna says, only when you understand all three levels of surrender, surrendering in the level of intellect, surrendering in the level of emotions, surrendering in the level of senses, only when you experience all three, the ultimate experience of surrender happens to you. I tell you, the very surrender itself is enlightenment. Don't think after surrender enlightenment will be issued to you. No. Don't think you will surrender, then you will get a paycheck through courier. Enlightened, you are enlightened. No. The very surrender, that very moment you experience the truth. You experience the truth. Understand? We usually play with the words. Again and again, we play with the words. Whenever you play with the words, at least let you be aware you are playing with the words. I have seen people going and telling, Swamiji, I have surrendered to Krishna my whole life. I have surrendered to Venkateshwara. My whole life I surrendered to Shiva. Please bless me that my life should be happy. Understand, if you are really surrendered, you will never even ask that my life should be happy. And people come and ask me, I have surrendered to Venkateshwara, I surrendered to Krishna, should I do meditation camp, Swamiji? Please be very clear. If you are really surrendered, you don't need meditation camp. But as long as you have doubt, should I do the meditation camp or not, you need. If you have the idea that should I do or not, be very clear, surrender has not still happened. The moment you surrender, you disappear. There is a beautiful verse in Tamil. Let me explain the idea, then I will quote the verse. When you surrender I and mind to the divine, when you give I and mind to the existence, the Parashakti existence, he gives his I and mind to you. Both bank accounts merge, becomes one and the same, it becomes joint account. You have nothing to lose. Ordinarily, as long as you think the body and mind and being is yours, Sariram Rogamayam, Manam Sogamayam. Sariram Rogamayam, body is filled with diseases. Manas Sogamayam, mind is continuously depressed. What we have to surrender? Nothing except the body filled with disease and the mind filled with depression. When you drop that two at the feet of the divine, he gives his body and his mind. Sariram Devamayam, Mana Sukamayam, and Atma Anandamayam. You get the third thing, Atma Anandamayam, free offer. When you offer the body and mind of yours, Sariram Rogamayam, Manas Sogamayam, he gives you Sariram Devamayam, Manas Sukamayam, Atma Anandamayam. And there's a beautiful verse. Ramana Maharshi, he sings about the Arunachala. Tandadu Yendanai Kondadu Undanai Sadurar Yargolo Arunachala. The translation is, I gave me to you, but got you as in return. Who is more intelligent? Who is more intelligent? Understand, in surrender you have nothing to lose, you have everything to gain. Surrender is not like giving up something. I am not saying give up all your properties. No. Give up all whatever you have. No. Nothing is necessary. Keep everything with you. And just don't internalize them in your system. Just take care. You are not internalizing you. Only one thing. Don't judge you based on your properties. You are far more higher than what you think you are. Do not judge yourself based on your bank balance. Do not judge yourself based on your relationships. Do not judge yourself based on the name and fame. Do not judge yourself based on your friends. You are far more higher than all these things put together. As long as you are judging yourself based on all these things, you will be internalizing all these things in your being. All these things will be a major points. All these things will be the center of your life. All these things will be pulling and pushing you. You will not have you for your being. As long as these are the factors of your life, as long as these are the centers of your life, your bank balance, your relationship, your name and fame, be very clear, your life will be pulled and pushed by all these things. You are something far more higher than all these things put together. The whole thing you need to understand. Just do not internalize all these things in your being. Understand you are something beyond. The moment you wake up to the truth, you cannot be just divided. You cannot be just put into one frame based on all these ideas of your balance, your bank balance, your relationship, your attitudes, your name and fame. Only these few things cannot judge you. I am something far more higher than all these things. The moment you wake up to this truth, you are surrendered. One bubble started thinking, I am an individual. I should become a strong bubble. Within that few seconds, it started thinking. Not only started thinking, started collecting other small 2-3 bubbles. And started getting one big bubble, you are my wife, support. Another one big bubble, hey, you are my son, support this side. You are my father, support this side. It started collecting some 10-12 bubbles and tried to save himself, tried to protect himself, and got 2-3 sand pieces or the small piece of sand from the beach, and he started telling, these are all my properties. These are all my treasures. This is my bank balance. This is my relationships. Let me protect all of them. He tried to create a fence to protect his treasures and his relationships. How long he can play this game? For 2-3 more seconds before he even finishes his game, simply will disappear into the ocean. When he was created, or when he existed, when he has disappeared, all the 3 moments, he is not away from the ocean, even though he claims himself being away from the ocean, even though he thinks he is an individual, even though he says, I have all this bank balance, I have all this relationship, I have so many people around me, I have so many things around me. Understand, the whole thing will disappear in 1 second into the ocean back. Same way, in this universal consciousness, you just exist, or you think you exist as an individual being for a few seconds. In that few seconds, you catch somebody as father, mother, son, brother, and you catch all of them, and you feel safe, and you catch little bank balance, and you feel secured, and in the end, because of all these things, from all their opinions, you collect an idea about you, and you think you are that bevel, you play the game, suddenly the whole thing disappears. Please understand, before your game started, while you are playing the game, and after you end the game, whether you understand or not, realize it or not, experience or not, you are God, you belong to ocean, you are existence. Even though you think you are an individual self, even though you play the game and you start legally registering, these 2 bubbles are married and these 2 square feet is my land. You go to registrar bubble who is sitting there for 2-3 more years extra, and there's a big bubble. He claims, I am the ruler of this country. This area, anybody wants to register their land, they have to come to me. And among the bubbles there is an understanding. You will not hit me directly, I will not hit you directly, you will not take away my bubble, I will not take away your bubble. You have some understanding. The whole drama goes on. Whole thing is going on. Suddenly in single shana, in one moment, the whole thing is back again into the ocean. When I say surrender, just wake up to the truth. You are in ocean. When you are born, when you think you are individual self, or after enlightenment, in all these 3 times, you are in the ocean. Just wake up to this truth. That is what I call surrender. Waking up to the ultimate truth is what I call surrender. Surrender the small ideas which you have about yourself and wake up to the reality of yourself. Then automatically what Krishna says as surrender will happen in your inner space, in your inner consciousness. Otherwise, we will be playing with the word surrender. We can use big words. We always use big words when we define ourselves. When we define ourselves. But we don't even understand that we are beyond all this description.
This is the way the master teaches the level disciples. And this is the way the disciples learn among themselves. The disciples learn among themselves. Third, this is the way the opposite ideology persons were made to understand the truths. Fourth, this is the only way the religious terrorism was avoided in Vedic tradition. We never won over the sword. We never waged war with the sword. It was all with the clear, friendly, convincing arguments. The non-violent strength of the Vedic tradition is built on spiritual debate. You will not find stories like this master took a sword and rode on the horse, went with the millions of people and killed the opposite king or the religious leader and converted that whole crowd into his religion. No. He goes with a palm leaf and with a deep peace, few shaved head disciples, sits with the opposite religious leader, on and on and on for days. And I want you to know about one of the important spiritual debate happened in the Vedic tradition, which rewrote the history of Vedic tradition between Shankara and Mandana Mishra. That was the turning point of the Vedic tradition, because Vedic tradition was slowly getting lost in rituals, just the outer physical doing. Slowly the attention is getting diverted towards that direction, then the inner enlightenment science. So this debate was the greatest turning point, happened to the Vedic tradition. The rules of the debate is, both of them will have lotus garlands, and Mandana Mishra's wife is a judge. Whose garland withers away first is the loser. You may think, how can that be the decision point? You need to understand, whose body becomes heat during the argument does not have the rational strength, just agitation is coming up. As I said in the morning, the person who is agitated is loser. Person who is agitated is going to do all foolish things. All foolish things. And they are already doing. Get into more and more trouble. They are putting themselves into more and more trouble. When you are agitated, see, spiritual strength means how much the Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana has become Atma Pramana. Shastra Pramana means truths of the spiritual scriptures. Apta Pramana means the truths as expressed by the master. Atma Pramana means truths which has become experience of you. The Shastra Pramana, how it is expressed as Apta Pramana, should become Atma Pramana in you. So, if your Atma Pramana is stronger, your logic will ride on the cool, lubricated, compassionate nervous system. Does not need to get agitated, does not need to become hot, so that the garland can wither away. So now no need. You can play the cool game. So, Mandana Mishra was given one garland, Shankara was given one garland, debate starts, 3.5 days it goes. 3.5 days, 4th day. Amazing. 3 days, two complete opposite ideological persons are able to sit and have a beautiful dialogue, debate without getting heated up. That is the greatness of the Vedic tradition. That's the greatness of Vedic tradition. It's like more like will I lead you to the deeper space or will you lead me to deeper space? That's all. Nothing else. So both of them decide, if you lead me deeper space than where I am, I will become your disciple. If I lead you to the deeper space than where you are, you become my disciple. Let us enter into the deeper truths. Sahana vavatu, sahana ubunaktu. Means let both of us grow together. Let both of us educate ourselves together. Let both of us have friendliness till we complete this process. Even the Brahma Sutra, first sutra starts with Atato Brahma Jinyasat. Let us explore the existence, the Brahman. Very beautifully, the Apta Pramana, Shastra Pramana, which has become Apta Pramana, and how much it has become Atma Pramana. Here, both of them are leading each other into the deeper and deeper and deeper spaces, understandings. When you have no more space to lead the other person into understanding, you are agitated. You will now start using the perverted logic, the heat. Garland will wither away. After 3.5 days, evening, first time sweating was seen on Mandana Mishra's body. The heat started coming up, means now all his other energy chakras are tired. Swadhisthana is emitting the heat. Now it has become survival. It is no more understanding. It is no more spiritual. Now he is agitated. He knows he doesn't have any more. He can't lead the other person into the deeper spaces, deeper than where he is. So naturally, the irrational logic, perverted logic gets activated, and he tries to use different words, which is not his experience. So those words, which has not become part of him, creates heat, and garland slowly starts withering away. Saraswati, Ubay Bharati, says, stop now, you lost the game. Understand how beautiful the atmosphere. Two great religious leaders, understand, Mandana Mishra is not an ordinary guy. He is the top religious leader in Karmaganda. In those days, Hinduism is not like united as it is now. It's one of the huge branch. The ritualism is conquering, trying to conquer the science part of the religion. So it's a fight between socio-political rules and research and development science. The spiritual science and socio-political rules. Huge fight, but happening without even a flower, garland getting heated up. Can you understand? Such big decisions are made in such a loving atmosphere. It's almost like a life and death for few million people. It is getting made in a space where the garland, the lotus flower, is not getting withered away. No sword, no blood, not even using the hand to beat. Just simple intelligence. And then Mandana Mishra, not only he realizes, he surrenders completely. He surrenders completely and says, here I am, your disciple. I understand. You can lead me one step deeper than what I am. See, Mandana Mishra is not an ordinary, he is a highly integrated spiritual practitioner. I can say religious practitioner who has millions of disciples. Amazing strength, intelligence, integrity. But when he says, yes, this guy can lead me one step deeper than where I am. He can take me one step above than where I am. This is time. Let me surrender. Keeping the seeking alive. Understand? Keeping the seeking alive. Not getting frozen with the ideas is the truth, basic truth on which the debate should happen. Spiritual debate should happen, keeping the seeking alive, not getting frozen in our own ideas. Person who constantly has a spiritual debate with his own life is living enlightened. With your own life, constantly have a spiritual debate. Am I standing with the decisions I took? Am I standing with the seeking I took up? Am I getting frozen? Am I ready to have the debate? Am I ready to have debate with my life, which is ready to lead me to the next step? Am I keeping my seeking open? Am I keeping my surrender alive? Or am I slowly, see in the Ganges, some dirt will slowly get into the bank and get settled. Means stopped moving, stopped flowing, stopped living. Spiritual debate is something which makes your seeking alive, which makes your surrender alive, which makes the whole thing alive, keeps the enlightenment Ganges flowing in your system intensely. Remember, when you do the debate, the garland on your neck should not get heated. Maybe we can have thermometer. Because you guys are not going to sit for 3.5 days. Garland may wither away. So you should have the thermometer or pulse monitor. Pulse monitor. That's the right thing. Your pulse should be balanced. It should be completely based on your Atma Pramana. The Apta Pramana, which has become Atma Pramana. Understand? Shastra Pramana can never directly become Atma Pramana. That's the biggest thing. Shastra Pramana is only to inspire you. Apta Pramana only give experience. And how much the Apta Pramana became Atma Pramana. So, when it is purely from Atma Pramana, there is no loser. If you lose, naturally the person who wins is going to lead you much deeper experiences. So you are winner. If you are winner, the person who lost, you are going to lead that person into the deeper and deeper spiritual experiences. Again you are a winner. Spiritual debate is a space where it is win-win situation. There is no loser. In Indian tradition, spiritual debate was one of the backbone, as I said, in 4 level. Master, to transmit the truths to the new disciples. Master, to transmit the truths to the different ideological religious leaders. Disciples, to transmit the truth to other disciples. And one leader, to transmit the truth to other leader. In 4 ways it has been used. And this avoided all religious terrorism in Vedic tradition. The Vedic traditions extraordinary strength is spiritual debate. And there is a beautiful Sanskrit verse which says, when you listen from the master, you learn 1/4. When you have a debate among yourself, you will learn 1/4. When you do the smarana, you learn the 3rd quarter. When you start teaching, you learn the 4th quarter. When you listen from the master, 25%. When you do debate among yourself, second 25%. When you do the smarana, remembrance, means internal question answer. I can say kind of an internal debate. The third 25%, when you start teaching the fourth 25%, that is the way the truths are learnt. So, you guys have heard. Now I'll lead you guys to the second 25%. We will have spiritual debates. This is the truth of spiritual debate in Indian tradition. I think the second subject is history of spiritual debate. I think I have covered this subject also. As I said, in all traditions, which is out of Vedic tradition, the debate is part of life. I can see very clearly how Mandana Mishra and Shankara would have had the debate, and how Shankara had debate with many of the Buddhists and conquered, and how many Buddhists like Nagarjuna had debate with Shankarites and conquered. You may think, then what is truth? Suddenly when Shankara represents, Advaita wins. When Nagarjuna represents, Shunyatva wins. Then which is reality, which is truth? Understand, the person who is experienced is reality, not the ideas. Shankara was able to lead Buddhists one step deeper in Buddhism than where they are. So he won. Nagarjuna is able to lead Shankarites one step deeper into Advaita where they are. So he wins. So truth is one. Who is able to lead you one step deeper wins. So spiritual debate is more like a place where the person who can lead you one step further than where you are is identified and the help is taken. Brief introduction about Advaita. Advaita means non-dualism. Some of the translators translate this as a monism. No. Monism means egatva. But Advaita means non-dualism. It is put in the negative form. It is not said one, no. No two, that's all. Advaita means non-dualism, where the truth is beyond two. There is no two. Name or form, anything, time or space, which makes you experience two things, does not exist. Seen and the seer, if there is two, it is lie. Known and the knower, if there is a two, it's a lie. Experience and the experiencer, if there is two, it is a lie. So merging the experiencer and experience into experiencing, merging the seer and seen into seeing, knower and the known into knowing, is Advaita. Beyond two. You can't call it one. Beyond two. I can say the truth which leads you beyond two is called Advaita Tattva, and the experience beyond two is Advaita Anubhava. The master who leads you beyond the two is Advaita Acharya. Dvaita. I tell you exactly the difference between Advaita and Dvaita. When you experience the Advaita Anubhava from the Advaita Acharya and settle with that experience, your extraordinary gratitude will feel, whatever is said and done, I cannot become equal to him. Till you leave the body, that one line of your bio-memory will say, I cannot become equal to him. So that one line is called Dvaita, that's all. When you leave the body, that one line will go away, then it is Advaita, that's all, nothing else. Otherwise, Dvaita is, as experience, there is nothing separate. Gopikas realized they are Krishna. All great Advaitis, they realize it is they who is Bhagavan. It's not that Gopikas are great Bhaktas, because of that they did not have Advaitic experience. No. All great Bhaktas had the Advaitic experience. But when they are in the body, one line, how can I become equal to him? So internally I know I am one, but I have to be at his feet. I have to relax at his feet. The overflowing gratitude and love, which completely makes you to feel the master as divine. So when that one line is retained, that same experience is called Dvaita. If without Advaitic experience, if you are having Dvaita, then it is incomplete. Advaita is the truth experience, ultimate. Out of that, any attitude you take is perfect. But without experiencing that, you are stuck in any attitude, means your sadhana is incomplete. So know the truth which unites everything and play from the truth, from that experience. Visishtadvaita means the individual soul is separate, the cosmic soul is separate, it is part of the cosmic soul. Slowly, 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 it can expand and may experience oneness. One funny thing is, even in Visishtadvaita, there are millions of subsects. Different beliefs. Like one group of Visishtadvaitis believe the individual soul, the cosmic soul, and the Maya, all three are eternal. Some believe Atman, Brahma, Parabrahma. So there are so many versions of Visishtadvaita. All I wanted to tell you is, after experiencing Advaita, any stand you take, any position you are, great. But without experiencing that, any position you are in, you are incomplete. Sunyavada. Sunyavada means the path of negation. Nothing, neti, neti. It's like a technique which does not give any hold for your mind. Just relaxing into the deeper and deeper space. There is no one word on which you are struck. You are stuck. You are catching or you are caught. Neither the word is caught by you nor you are caught by the word. Sunyavada. I can say Sunyavada is constantly updating your experience, not being stuck with any of the ideas you create. And Mayavada. Mayavada is something like whatever you know, including the idea of enlightenment, is illusion. Go beyond whatever you know. What is enlightenment? Different roads, that's all. Different roads. See, like now we have different roads to travel. If there is a landslide in some road, means some wrong group has occupied, identified one philosophy with themselves. They have put a wrong meaning on the words, loaded with too much of dirt. Then we take another one route, that's all. We take another one route. Sometime the Sunyavadis are loaded with too much dirt. Then come on, take the route of Mayavada. Mayavadis get loaded with too much dirt. Then come on, let us take the Advaitavada. Anyone, if you travel sincerely, that's enough, will lead to the ultimate truth. Mayavada is like everything is illusion. Reject, go beyond all illusions. Ajatavada means unborn. Unborn. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happens and nothing ever happened. Ajata. This whole thing is unborn because you are seeing it as born. It appears to be born. It is unborn. Ajata. So, if you decide to see this whole thing as one more dream, you will be awakened. That's what? Unborn. Ajatavada. Rules of debate and moderation. As I said, first thing, pulse should not go up. Second thing, the words should be from your Atma Pramana. If you have been with Master and you are very clearly aware that some experience is possible in biomemory, in human biomemory, that becomes your experience. Understand? If you know bliss is possible in this biomemory, immediately that becomes possible in your biomemory. If you know the ultimate energy is possible in this biomemory, ultimately that becomes possible in your biomemory. Whatever is possible in that biomemory is possible in this biomemory. And start living it, giving support to it, encouraging it. That is what I call Nididhyasana, living. So whatever you are living, talk from that. That's all. Talk from that. He would have put many seeds in you. Apta Pramana would have become Atma Pramana in many ways. Talk from that. That is the rule. No question of heated arguments. No question of irrational logic. No question of perverted logic. It is only let us inquire into the truth. Atato Brahma Jignasat. Not let us see who wins. Let us inquire into the truth. That is the rule for moderation of
Shiva says, let you be aware of the gap between two breaths and the whole day you will be in ecstasy. And he says one more thing, and so practicing in a few days be born anew. He says this technique will give you a new birth. You will not be old person again. You will not be living your old life again. One important thing with these techniques, you should constantly practice. You will see you become a new being. You are not old person again. You will be a new being. Here, Shiva is saying, let you be born as a new person. In few days, be born anew. You will not be an old person again. Only when you practice, you will understand how this bringing attention between two breaths can change your whole life. How can you be a new person? Because whenever you bring your attention between two breaths, you are unclutched. Just you remember that you are unclutched. You come to the same neutral space in which you experience. You are unclutched. All your problems can be alive. You can have your suffering as long as you believe you are a connected being. The moment you understand by your very nature, you are illogical, unconnected, independent, unclutched being, immediately from that moment, you can't suffer. Because even your suffering is nothing but connecting and creating a shaft. You can suffer only if you create a shaft. You can't continue to suffer if you remember again and again you are unclutched. Because the suffering which happened to you 1 year ago, the suffering which happened 9 months ago, the suffering which happened 8 months ago, the suffering which happened yesterday, they are completely unconnected. Independent incidents, separate thoughts. But when you start connecting all of them and start seeing them, create an understanding about them in your life, or create an idea about them in your life, be very clear, you are creating suffering for you. You are creating hell for you. You are creating more and more difficulties for you. These techniques, you need to go into them. When you go into these techniques, you will see the liberation happening in your being. Whenever you are in depression, just remember that you are unclutched. The incidents or the things happening in the outer world are no way connected to your response from the inner world. And the same way, the thoughts which is rising in your inner world are no way connected to your identity which you have about yourself in the inner world. You have two identities. One which you show for others, another one which you keep it for yourself. Both are lies. Let it be very clear, you always think the identity which you show to the world is lie, and the identity which you have about yourself, within yourself, is a truth. Let it be very clear, the identity which you are keeping within yourself, about yourself, that is a big lie. That is also a lie. Your response or your thoughts related to your identity which you are showing outside to the outer world, and to the identity which you are keeping in your mind about yourself, both are completely unclutched. It's a lie. People come and tell me, they always come and express their guilt. Swamiji, actually I am a different kind of person, but I am showing outside as if I am courageous and a nice, honest person. I don't know how to bridge the gap.
Let you be very clear, the guilt which you are carrying or the personality which you are carrying which creates guilt in you, that is also a pure lie. If you think the personality which you are carrying inside is true and the personality which you are projecting to the outer world is a lie, you will start thinking about morality. All your morality is the gap between these two, or the gap between these two only creates the idea about morality. I am talking very subtle, but the basic truth about life. The idea of confession is nothing but a pure business. It is an idea given to you so that you can be kept as a slave. This idea of guilt, idea of confession, all these things are cunning, subtle way to exploit human beings. It's a very cunning, subtle way to keep people under the control. Let you be very clear. Your idea about yourself, which you are keeping inside your mind, and your idea about yourself which you are projecting to the outer world, both of them are pure lies. Both the identities are lies. When you bring your awareness, attention between two breaths and realize, remember again and again, you are unclutched. By your very nature, you are unclutched. Again and again when you remember, you are unclutched by bringing your attention between two breaths. Suddenly you will see all your activities are taking a new turn. You will not be talking in the same way. You will not be working in the same way. You will not be doing things in the old way. You will start working in a new way. You will start thinking in a new way because your idea about pleasure will change. Your idea about joy will change. Your idea about pain will change. All your ideas about yourself will change. That is why I say Shiva is the only master who is master for the Bhavaroga. Bhavaroga means the disease of bondage. He is the only master, only doctor to cure the disease of bondage. He straight away liberates you, cuts all the bondage. He doesn't even give you the bondage of spirituality. Almost all the religions will take away the social bondages, but they will give you spiritual bondage. One more new bondage, golden chain. But with Shiva, he neither gives you spiritual bondage nor gives you social bondage. Usually, you will be relieved or you will be liberated from the image which you are showing to the outer world by the religions. They will tell, oh, don't bother about name, don't bother about fame. These are all the techniques to be liberated from the image which you are showing to the outer world. Image which you are showing to the outer world, liberating from that image is a lot more easy. It's not a big thing. Just little bit of intelligence and understanding, enough, you can be liberated. But liberating yourself from the image which you are carrying inside about you, that is the real freedom. That's what J. Krishnamurti says, freedom from yourself. Liberating yourself from yourself, because yourself is constantly torturing you. You can't relax with yourself. You can't sit with yourself. See, you can see in your life, even the old people doesn't have any responsibility. I have seen retired, no other responsibility, nothing else needs to be done. Even they can't sit with themselves. from morning till night, they will be reading the same old Hindu newspaper with a big glass. Even editor wouldn't have read so much. They would have been married, their sons would have been married, their daughters would have been married, their grandsons would have been married, but they will be sitting and reading the matrimonial column with that big glass. They can't sit with themselves. They can't sit with themselves. When you can't sit with yourself, be very clear. You are not relaxed. You are not at ease with the image which you are carrying about yourself in your inner space. Here, first thing Shiva is teaching, let you be liberated. Let you be in ease. Let you be at ease with the image which you are carrying within yourself about yourself. Only then real morality can happen. Please understand. Unless you are completely at ease with the image which you are carrying about yourself inside your being, unless you accept yourself completely, real morality can never happen in your life. The one and only way to accept yourself completely is to understand the truth by the very nature. Your thoughts are illogical, irresponsible, and independent and clutched. You can't do anything about it. You have only one thing. You can understand this truth and liberate yourself. That's all. When you liberate yourself, you will be completely eased with the personality or the image which you are carrying about yourself in your inner space. Only when you are eased with your personality, only when you are integrated, life will be a game. Till then, you will be tortured by life. In Sanskrit, we have a beautiful word, Leela. Person who has integrated his life, person who is completely comfortable with the image which he is carrying within himself, for him life becomes a Leela. It is no more serious thing. It's a game of existence. He is just playing. No question of something is right, something is wrong. No question of getting exploited by somebody, and same way no question of exploiting somebody. If you have respect for your freedom, your inner space, you will never disrespect others' freedom. Same way, if you are binding somebody, if you are taking away somebody's freedom, let it be very clear, you will be selling your freedom. You can see all these so-called moralists, they will be moral because of their followers. The followers will be moralistic because of the leader. And both are in a big bondage. Both are binding each other. Let it be very clear, the real morality, solid, purity can happen to you only when you are completely eased with the personality which you are carrying within yourself. This meditation technique has got two parts. First thing, you are supposed to center your attention between two breaths. Next thing, you must be able to carry that attention throughout your worldly activity. You will be able to put your attention between two breaths. You will be able to be eased with yourself only if you are eased with your neutral space. If you are comfortable in the zone where you don't have any more attachment with your identity, where you are ready to be relaxed from your identity, means where you are eased with the personality which you are carrying in your inner space.
teach them unclutching. Really? And that fellow will be struggling and he will become schizophrenia and suffer forever. Then at the end of the day, he will understand surrender is the right thing. Now, till he understands what to do. Unclutching and all will not directly lead you to enlightenment. You may think, no, I am in a different mood, I am talking. I am telling you the exact truth. Sometimes rarely I feel like telling the truth as it is, I am telling that's all. Really. Whenever any thought comes, just surrender it to the source. You see, the source is God. Nothing else can, nothing can come out other than the God. He is the source. So drop it to the source. Disregard and drop it to the source constantly. But unclutching, you will become more egoistic. You will think, I am doing big guy. I am a big guy. Drop yourself into the Ganga. If you are a big guy, then what else? There are so many hills from where you can drop yourself into the Ganga. Now all big guys should be dropped into Ganga only. Just disrespect the anger. Disrespect the anger and surrender to Ganga. Surrender to that source. Yes. The devotion towards master also leads to surrender. Surrender the devotion also. Know very clearly your devotion is foolishness. Really, disrespect your devotion also. Disregard your devotion also. That is also foolishness. Arrogant. I have seen so many fellows showing devotion. Fake. And especially after this scandal, I know the value of the devotion. All talks. Fellows have disappeared. Not only ordinary, the dogs, when they run, they don't run normally. They do 1, 2 and bark and run. So I have seen all kinds of devotees running, not devotees actually, ex-devotees running, doing 1, 2, 3 and running. The dogs has the ability of vomiting. In a unique way, they will vomit. So, I have seen people doing 1, 2, 3, vomiting and running. So, all their devotion is foolishness. Disregard your devotion also. Only thing, drop everything at your source, the source from which it is coming out. See, these are the pure truths I am uttering. And if you want to catch it. Sharada, whenever she goes to Varanasi, she will not initiate people. Whenever I go to Varanasi only, I tell all the truth and initiate people. All, whether that Kashi or Uttarakashi, I initiate people. So, honest truth as it is. Establish yourself in surrender. That's the only way. Just be in the mood of, constantly cherish the mood of surrender. There's a beautiful book in the Christian theology, Practicing the Presence of God. Any of you have read that book? It's a very powerful book. You guys should read it. Thomas Kempis, great mystic. Out of intellectual ideas, you can create organization. But out of this surrender idea only, you can create enlightenment. With the surrender idea, you can't create organization. You can create only enlightenment. You can't sell this idea, you see. But unclutching can be nicely packaged and sold. So I don't need to sell anything to you guys. Already you guys gave a lot of money to me. I can tell you guys the truth as it is. That's why I'm telling. That's what I'm saying. Spontaneous disappearance happens only when you have tremendous regard for surrender philosophy. See, the tremendous regard for surrender philosophy makes many of your non-mechanical parts of the brain alive and puts up your system for higher experiences. That is when the withering away of the will happens, not before that. Not even accepting with anger or anything, not even having the idea of acceptance. 5 days before, I got hurt in the hand. I did not even know. Yesterday, Brahmaswarupa noted down and told me, what is this, Swamiji? It was a very strong, deep wound. I don't know. I did not even know how it got, where it happened, nothing. I didn't even know, only he found out and told me. Then he started inquiring, Swamiji, you will not have pain or you will not know about your body and all that. Then I started thinking, okay, this is the way it is. And it is there. And that also yesterday I found out because I wore the cloth yesterday, our hands are seen. The idea of pain, nothing exists. It's not that I am without awareness. I am with awareness only. I am moving, talking. And the wound shows very clearly there was a bleeding. There would have been a bleeding. Establish in the surrendering mode, and the joy of sadhana you will experience. See, sadhana itself should be joy, only then you will do it. Otherwise, how much you will tightening the screw, how much you will do? That's what I said, you are screwed. People are unhappy about it when I say the truth. You don't need to surrender to some person or image or anything, to the source. That brings a lot of joy and tremendous lubrication in your nervous system. Otherwise, you will have thousands of problems. Why that fellow is levitating, I am not levitating. All this nonsense will be there. The sadhana people will create so much complication and they will always get into trouble. I am afraid of these sadhakas because they will create a lot of trouble, nuisance. Never ever have friendship with the people who do sadhana. No, really. No, they will create some problem for you. Either they will compare their sadhana with you or they will compare your sadhana with them and they will put you in mess. They will torture you. Be with people who are more loving, simple, joyful, playful, who are not bothered about the sadhana, foolish nonsense. No, really. Otherwise, all the fellows who are too much sadhana, no, they will put you in trouble. Go and talk to them 10 minutes, they will put you in depression. Either they will compare their sadhana with you, saying that, oh, I do this, you don't do anything, you are fool, and you are with the wrong guru, and all this. Or they will see your sadhana, oh, you do this, I don't do anything, and they will raise your ego and put you in hell. In some way, they will put you in nonsense. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, the Sattvika sadhaka will sit inside the mosquito curtain and do what he needs to do. He will never talk about it to anybody else. See, the other day I was telling about you can talk about your experience. That is totally different. Talking about your sadhana is different. You understand? Talking about experiences, what you feel, the joy overflowing, verbalizing it. That is different. And talking about your sadhana, I do this 1,008 times, I count and I roll on the ground. Who cares whether you wash your butt or not? And, no, these fellows go on talking about it too. No, I do this sadhana, I do this kriya, that kriya. I blow this nose 20 times, that nose 20 times, and this Mahamudra, that kriya. Egoistic idiots. Finally, what happens? The anti-effect happens. Sadhana is supposed to lead you to enlightenment, and the anti-effect will happen. Anti-effect means what? Clash. Not only they will put you in depression. You see anybody puts you in depression within 10 minutes. Is a great sadhaka. No, really. You'll be a great sadhaka. Go and talk to them and find out in 10 minutes they'll put you in depression. Nonsense. It is better to be with the people who dance in clubs, bars, and eat and drink and go and sleep in and do their life. They will be much better company than these so-called sadhakas who blow their nose 20 times, go around do something, some foolish things. Because at least these bar goers, they won't put you in depression. No, really. These guys will put you in depression. I am telling you all the truth as it is. Very practically. No, I never saw any fellow drunkard or a bar goer putting others in depression. Either if you give company, he will drink with you. If you don't like, he will go and drink by himself and he will be by himself. But see these sadhakas, they will catch you and talk to you and put you in depression. Even if you don't want to talk, they will sit and brag about their necklace and just like bragging about these jewels and cloth only. It's a kind of a bragging. And they will see to it you are in depression. Till then they won't feel satisfied, settled. See, even this mantra japa, you should not repeat with like a sadhana. You should put it like a ring on your vocal cord. So where a sound is coming, air gets converted into words. Just you should place it like a ring, and you should feel like there is a ring. For example, if you get a mantra Shiva Shiva, something like that, Namah Shivaya or Namo Narayana, you should feel that mantra is there like a ring. Any air goes through, it goes through that ring. So any air comes out will have the faint smell of that ring, that mantra. Means again surrender only. And go in the other road. Don't go in the same road. Because they will catch you and put you in depression. What will you do? Poor fellow. They will give all tall talks. Even this surrendering, I don't even call it as a sadhana. It's like a joy of relaxation, joy of restful awareness. What is she's telling? Yes, that's what. See, whatever you think, from where that all your idea, energy, intelligence, that I exist, all of you feel that I exist now. From where you feel that, give it to that same thing. That's all. To that same space or place or whatever it is. So there is something from which you feel I exist. I have to eat, I have to walk, I am standing, I am this body. You have that now. So from which that comes out, give it to the same back. That's all. Something is responsible why you are able to see all this. Is it not? Something is responsible why you are able to hear all this. So give it back to that same. Even as a concept, you give it back to that same is enough. Because you can't do more than concept. You are a concept. So as a concept, you give it back to them, that's enough. You are nothing more than a concept. The big problem is few chaos created out of few junk. Different junks when it becomes chaos. The opposite that pigs sheds are there, you see. Near the 4 or 5 pigs are rolling on sea. In the daytime you should have seen. Tomorrow morning don't miss that. There is so much junk and 4 or 5 pigs are rolling around. Take photograph of that. Exactly that's what you. Put it in the website. No, really. See that? Did you see that? That 4 or 5 small huts are there for that pigs, you see. They grow pigs. And that junk will be there. Lot of junk and they will be rolling. That small pigs they will be rolling. That's what exactly. Nothing else. I think constantly surrounding your thought will exude the love. You will start exuding. That does not mean that they are living around me. My living around me does not mean they became enlightened. It's all, they have to say that, surrender. Without surrender, living around me is not physically living around me is not a too big thing. There are 200 dogs in Pindayarasana living with me. They are there more than 8 years and they are more senior to anybody. What to do? No, they are senior than everybody. Again, see, he's asking technique for surrendering. No. See, as I said, understand these 2 words. Anything comes up, idea, thought, disregard, disrespect, and put it to the source. Let it go to the source. I am not interested. That's enough. Don't ask more words, then you will create technique out of it. Just grasp this many words, less words, go with it. When there are more words, you will create technique out of it. Sit straight, close your nose, blow it 10 times. Then air will come through other side. We can call Varakriya. Sit in front of the people who do Kriya, get told 20 times. This is our sadhana. Please stop. What are you doing? Kriya. There is no such thing as taken advantage of. What do you have to be taken advantage of? Whatever you are having is just that junk. Tomorrow morning they will show you. What is there to be taken advantage of in that junk? There is nothing worthy to be taken advantage of. And nobody is waiting to take advantage of you. Who is there? Who cares? I don't understand complacence means. It's okay. Even if you take it for granted, what is the wrong? You are not that big that nobody should take you for granted and all that. We'll tell all our devotees to frame the picture of that pig hut and keep it in your bedroom. I am that. Put a board and remember that's all, nothing more. Why do you think of yourself too much? See, only when you become nothing, your problems will become nothing. As long as you think you are a big guy, your problems will look big. What is there? I tell you, establishing in surrender will make your whole bio-memory sweet. If I tell about the results, then you will start thinking about results. That's another one problem. Teaching spirituality is the most difficult job. Sometimes you need to inspire them with fear, greed. Sometimes you need to tell the truth as it is. When you tell the truth as it is, nobody wants to practice. Leave it. Tell it with little fear and greed to catch only the fear greed part. They don't leave it. Wah. Wah. So today this is the message. Wah. Any sadhana, any meditation, any practice, wah. That is the initiation today. Vaya mantra. Really, I'm telling you. See, when you walk, suddenly enlightenment should happen to you and you should not bother about it and continue your walking. That's the life. And Guru should tell, oh God, you become enlightened. Oh, that's okay. What is there, Swamiji? Anything else? You should ask. No, that is the way life should be. Okay, what next? That there's a beautiful story in the Upanishad. This Guru tells the disciple to take 4 cows to and get into the forest and come back after it becomes 1,000 cows. That guy, see, 4 cows to become 1,000 cows naturally takes at least 10 years. Satyagama Japala. Japala. Anyhow, Satyagama is nickname. It's not original name. The Guru gives that name as Satyagama because this fellow tells the truth. See, his mother was prostitute. Temple prostitute. Sorry, court prostitute. So he doesn't know the father's name. So Guru asks, what's your father's name? He says, I don't know. My mother told me that she is a court prostitute and somebody made her pregnant. She doesn't know. So this is what my mother told me to tell you. When the master listens to, oh, honest and truthful, you are more than Brahmana. So he gives the name Satyagama to him. Japala is mother's name. So mother's name being used as a surname and the initial is a tradition from Vedic tradition. It's not new thing. It's a tradition. So mother's name is Japala. Then now I think Japali, it becomes Japala when this guy uses. That's a thing. Anyway, this guy 10 years sitting in the forest, not using human language, just being with the animals, and he practically forgot to think. The will withered away. Only one idea was there. When it becomes 1,000, I have to go back to the master. Nothing else. Everything dropped. And he became established in surrender. Volume. Little more. I think sound seems very less. அப்பா சாப்பாடு ரெடியான சொல்லு, இங்கே கொடுத்துடலாமா இல்லை கையில் எடுத்துன்னு வரணுமா? எவ்வளோ நேரம் ஆகும்? ஓகே. ஸோ தூக்கிட்டு வந்துடுவா. எங்க சர்வ் பண்ண போறா? They can go on. This guy is Japala. He sits for 10 years. He forgot to even think. What about counting? So when the number crossed 100,000, he doesn't know. He is just happily sitting and taking care of them, and that's all. The comes and tells him, "Hey, we become 1,000. Come on, let's go back to the master. We want to be with the master." This guy says, "Oh, but if it's so, okay, let's go back." When he comes to the master, master sees and he's so joyful. He says, "Wow, 1,001 cows are coming." He counts him also as cow. He becomes so silent. Then he comes and falls at the feet of the master. He says, master says, "You became enlightened." Then Chapala says, "Okay, master, what next?" The Panchabuddhas initiating means when he completely surrender, they all become gurus. That's all. It's not that they appear and, "Oh, my son, I give you the mantra, you meditate," and all that. Not that. No sadhana. See, even he doesn't know he became enlightened. And enlightenment comes on the way. And he says, "Okay, what next?" That's only way people became enlightened. Like Bhatmabhava. This Bhatmabhava this fellow became enlightened just by washing clothes of Shankara. Shankara's cloth washing. Shankara's washerman, that's all. So sincerely that fellow used to do, he became enlightened. One day that fellow has gone the other side of the river to wash the clothes. And all these big talks are going on, all sadhakas, blowing their nose, and dash. And all the great sadhakas are going on, and all big Vedanta talks are going on. And that poor fellow is washing the clothes there, that side. And all the big talks, these guys stood up to go and take bath. And Bhatmabala was standing there, that side and washing the clothes. These 2-3 guys are telling that, "See, this fellow missed Sureshwara fellow only. That fellow is an intellectual, Mandana Mishra. See, that fellow never sits and listens to all these great truths and spiritual things. Mandana Mishra, that fellow is responsible for spoiling the whole Adwita in South India. He is Acharya of Sringeri Math. That is why the whole South Indian Advaita became ritualistic. Real ritualistic also, okay, nothing wrong. Foolish ritualistic. Anyhow, this guy says, "Oh, that fellow is fool and he doesn't listen. And nothing, he is not a sadhaka." Then Shankara laughs and says, "Hey, Bhatmabhava, come." He calls him by the name. Bhatmabhava is not the name, some other name I forgot. He calls him by the name. That fellow, he just turns and in that excitement master called, he doesn't even remember he's on the other side of the river. He just runs over on the river. And wherever he puts the feet, the Bhatma, and the lotus raises and holds him. The nature holds him. When he came back and fell at the feet of Shankara and asked, "Master, tell me what I should do. Did you call me?" Then all the other fellows who saw that rays of lotus happened, they were shocked. And then Shankara says, "No, I didn't call you for telling anything. I called you to tell something for this fellow, not for you. I want to tell something for this fellow, that's why I called you, not for you." Then he gives the name Bhatmabhava. So he doesn't even know he became enlightened. And he is enlightened. Enlightened washerman. See? Luxury to have. Why should I have like that? All his 10, 12 fellows who are taking care of him are enlightened. one Maplem Shunyo, one Manisha, one Devgit, all 10-12 fellows he trained and worked with them 3-4 years and made them enlightened and kept them as crew. Till last moment, only the 10-12 people were serving him. He will never talk, he will just sit. His bent is Devgit. He will go on 10 times as if Osho is talking. And exactly the same grammar, exactly the same way he will write. No shelter, all right, I finished dictation, now go. There is a book called Glimpses of the Golden Childhood. And if you read that book was written like that only. Devgit was working on his street and he was dictating. People with him, juicy people. Maharshi made a big mission, but all dull people. There is no juicy people. The juicy people were all with Osho. He himself is a juicy guy. So, even with JK, all dull fellows. Tamil Nadu Brahmins. Really. He himself is a Tamil Brahmin. J. Krishnamurti. So his first surname? No. Bhagwan in Andhra, but a Tamil Brahmin. Tamilian, actually. Family is Tamilian guy. Andhra means an important thing. They will have a name like a rhyme. If it's a small name like a Jittu Krishnamurti means Tamilian. Otherwise it will be Jittu Vadavengada Subramanya Srivan Sri Venkadesa Srinivasa Krishnamurti. That's a very good end. Andhra Brahmins will have like a rhymes, like my name. Any of you guys know my name? It's a long name. Paramashivoham Satchidananda Pranavaswarupa Srotriya Brahmanishta Jagadguru Nityananda Dhurindra Saraswati Bhagavat Padacharya. Like that only. Even if I repeat once more, I will make some mistake. Now we have forgotten that we had had one more doctor. You told them to get their clothes? You told her? Huh? Tell them to be ready the dress by the time I reach Bangalore. Even that being aware of all the movements of the body and all also will put you into the surrender. The deep surrender. You will understand you can't be aware. Try, go on, try. Your mind will realize it's like a hitting on the Ganga, hitting on the Himalayas. Then your head will become tired and fall. The essence of being with the master, what you know, like these few moments where I tell the truth as it is. Now you guys have got the fruit of Himalaya Yatra. Understanding that establishing in the surrender is life. All other things are like a... That's all. This is essence. Catch it and live. That can be a helpful lubrication for surrender. In Gangotri, we'll have. And what I'm saying, this was there in Vedic tradition, mother's part also. Afterwards, in the Puranic period, like Manu's time, it became fathers. Originally, we are matriarchal society. Then Manu's time only we became patriarchal. That's what all these happened after Manu. Before that, we are matriarchal. There was no marriage. She decides with whom she wants child. So, mother's name only is the identity for you. Only when the Manu created the marriage idea, it becomes father. Patriarchal. in Bhagavad Gita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 7th verse. Chitatmana prashantasya
Could you explain why Kundalini is compared to King Cobra, please? Because its movements are almost like a cobra moving in your body. It just crisscrosses between Edagala and Pingala, the nadis, and when it goes and just touches the Sahasrara lotus, intense nectar flows. It's a snake filled with nectar, not venom. Nectar flows throughout your body. That is why it is symbolically considered as King Cobra. Satish, Balaji, my blessings. In the last Vyana process, I found myself repeating the same sequence again and again, down to the last detail. I also found that I was going towards and backwards through the sequence, sometimes doing it in slow motion. Could you please help me understand why this is happening? Nididhyasana is happening. Anu? Nididhyasana is happening. That is why it's a powerful experience. Go with it. On this Himalaya Yatra trip, can each one of us experience God within us on our own unique way, so that we are aware of the experience and retain the biomemory? Dal Helen, my blessings. That is the reason I brought you here. Not just for sightseeing, insight seeing. What I think I answered. What is spiritual debate? History of spiritual debate. Shankaracharya versus various traditions. There are books like a Kandana Mandana Sutra. If you read that book, you can finish off any philosophy. The author, no name of the author. I think he must be the greatest critic happened in India. Left and right, he pulls down all bases of all philosophies. Finally, disciple asks, what is your philosophy then? No, if I write, somebody else will pull it down. I just want to leave you in the empty space. So it's a powerful technique for enlightenment. Pull down everything and just be in that empty space, you will become enlightened. Indirect way of putting you into enlightenment. J. Krishnamurti way. Way of J. Krishnamurti. Not U.G. Krishnamurti. Because U.G. Krishnamurti adds certain negativity. But J. Krishnamurti is the person. Completely demolishes and leaves you. He demolishes and removes all the rubbish and leaves you. He is perfect. With U.G. Krishnamurti, he demolishes and puts some dirt on you. Then you become trained to demolish other buildings. You are on the job of demolishing. You are not into the beyond the basis. Sumitra, I'll take care of her. Tayumanavan vela illava. Laurent, I'll help you. Significance of Jyotirlinga Darshanam. See, Jyotirlingas are self-erupted. They just happen. Swayambhu. And it radiates energy by itself. Masters experience and recognize those energy fields. Now we are going to see the Jyotirlinga, the Kedarnath. So not only darshana, being in that space, you soak into that energy. That is the significance of Jyotirlinga darshana.
Kedarnath is the place where Shankara left his body and Danda. Even now, all Shankara sannyasis, they come here to pick up their dandas. They pick up their dandas from Kedarnath. So all you guys, there is a Dandasthal where Shankara's danda was found. It's in Kedarnath. We will go there behind the temple. You will put your dandas there and do namaskar and pick it up, saying that Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo means I give refuge to the whole world. I will not hurt anybody. And second, retaining awareness. Due to global warming, there are reports that the Gangotri glacier is receding at a rapid pace. Can you please comment on the future of Ganges? I also listen to this kind of reports, but I feel strongly Ganges is the lifeline of Vedic tradition. It cannot dry. It cannot and it should not. I wish to be your Divya Sariri. Please work on me to be able to do that in this lifetime. I would not want to miss this opportunity. Can I also have a few minutes with you to discuss the happening in the center and another Sangha, which three of us wish to start? Thank you once again very much for bringing me to the Himalayas. Nityatma Niranjani Sita. I'll talk to you. I'll make you my Divya Shariri. I'll do it. I know we cannot get KAILASA initiation in this LEP, but I would like to experience Anandagandha. Is there any way I can experience it? For several years, also I see a blinking butterfly light in my Ajna Chakra. Krishna, I think you need to go through healing initiation, only then you'll experience Anandagandha. Could you explain why Kundalini is compared? I think I answered. Any other questions? Nowadays I am coming to the straight answers. Earlier I used to tell all stories and then make you understand. Nowadays either you become intelligent or I become intelligent. Straight answers.
Swamiji, when you go through multiple Kundalini awakening in the LEP process, once it is awakened, is it a permanent state or do you have to keep repeating it?
You see, it's like your ability of your biomemory. First time when it is awakened, your biomemory may retain only 5% of it. It's like 100 unit energy gets converted into 5 unit matter. And 95% will just be mixed, released in the air. But second time when the 100 unit happens, that 5 will act as a base and hold at least 20%. And the 80 will be released into the air. When third time it happens, the 20 will act as a base and catch more than 40%. So it's the strength of the biomemory to hold that experience. That's all. So by that time you have some 10-12 experience, your biomemory will be completely washed and ready to hold. That's the way it happens. That's the science.
Kundalini energy is useful whether you're interested in the outside world or if you're interested in inside world. Why is it sleeping?
No, it is not actually sleeping. It is not using all its dimensions. See, Kundalini is life. If you touch it for the outer world, it will express. If you touch it for inner world, it will express. If you touch any dimension, it will express.
So just wanting it to express is...
That's all.
What are the benefits of Kundalini? Both internal and external.
All benefits are from Kundalini. There is no such thing as separate benefit. Actually, any spiritual practice you do, Kundalini only gets awakened. Including listening to my words. It only hits Kundalini and certain unit of Kundalini reaches your Sahasrara. When you sit in my presence and listen to the words and just lost, God, these words are just becoming reality in me. Sometime you will see very clearly my words rolling out of my mouth, and by the time it reaches you, it's experience in you. Your energy field is catching it. Means the Kundalini is awakening. Especially when I talk about this awareness, Upanishad, those moments, because those things have become part of my biomemory, means the basis of my biomemory. The moment I start talking about it, you will see just those words are, before even they reach your inner space, it is becoming experience there. The words are happening here and they are traveling, but already their flowering is happening.
Swami, could you talk about the anti-aging process and the flow of Kundalini and how it relates to that?
When the Kundalini is awakened, with the physical movements, it strengthens the body and stops the time wearing away the body. The action of time on the body is stopped. See, when you concentrate on the tip of the nose, the Kundalini covers yourself like a layer and takes care that time does not cross your body. It just goes away. It just goes 1 feet in front of you. You are there. The time you spend in awareness is the time you save for yourself, which will be reimbursed. So when you have the danda, any movement you do with unawareness, go back and do prayaschitta. And do it again. Have you done it with awareness, this moment? No, do it again. Now see how it feels when you touch it. How the floor feels in your fingertip. And pick it up. How this area feels with the weight of the danda. How these two palms feel with the touch of the danda. And how it feels when you really relax. With awareness. Sitting is different. I know I am sitting is different. So when you know you are sitting, you are not aging. Possess your body. Don't leave it away to time. Preserve your body. Don't give it away to Kala, time. You have it. You own it. Then Kala won't touch. Death won't touch. When you don't own, he eats it away. The body which is not owned is naturally eaten away by the ants or the white ants or the dog or the whatever. When you own it, it is not eaten. So they say two things, important thing. One, own your body. Second, when you have the great opportunity of getting answers from the masters, don't miss it. Because there are millions of people who have confusion but no opportunity directly to listen from him. When you have opportunity of listening from him, just transform yourself. Catch it. Don't miss it.
How does Kundalini rising feel?
Fear.
What is the feeling of it?
Whole body will feel light, sweet, and all auspicious way. Your ears will feel listening auspicious music, nose will feel auspicious smell, eyes auspicious scenes, mouth very auspicious taste, skin very auspicious touch. Whole thing will become Mangala, auspicious. That's all. Then?
In gross way, because I don't understand what auspicious means. To his point. Level way doesn't mean that everything that gets processed through the senses is good.
It will feel good, that's all.
And when the Kundalini is rising, I had some experiments, but I don't know if that's going to be rising. It feels like a sort of very pleasurable tingling.
Yes. Heat. You are right. Then it is rising.
And when it builds up, is it when you have a block in your chakra or your spine is not straight?
I can say spine straightening up is only physical cooperation. Block in chakra is more like emotional. But when the Kundalini awakens, it breaks the blocks. It's like a Ganga and Himalaya fight. If the Ganga is more powerful, then it will break the Himalayas. If the Himalayas is more powerful, it may stop the Ganga for a few days.
I've not experienced the Kundalini as a snake movement.
As a whole body it will be experienced. That's also okay. Listen. Today's message from KAILASA. Understand? Devotion is the highest possibility and power of human being to get back to his original state of Paramashiva. Understand? His original state and his present state, the bridge, the connection is devotion. Because of the devotion to Paramashiva, he becomes Paramashiva. All beings. Understand? To whatever you are devoted, you become that. In Vedanta and Siddhanta, we have a beautiful Nyaya, multidimensional logic. Pramarakita Nyaya, we call it Pramarakita Nyaya. I'll tell in Tamil and then translate. Kulavi புழு கொணர்ந்து கூடு சமைத்து தன் குத்தலாலும் உயிர் கூறலாலும் புழுவை குளவியாக்குவது போலே. This is Pramaragita Nyaya. A bee brings worm, keeps a small home built for it, and by infusing its energy, biomemory, an intense sound makes the worm into the bee himself. Listen. Devotion is the intense power, possibility, levitates you to KAILASA. Listen. To whatever you are devoted, you reach that space. If you are devoted to your doubts, your convolutions, your perversions, your anger, your powerlessness, you reach that space. If you are devoted to the ultimate possibility, Paramashiva, you reach that space. Understand? It is too easy to break somebody's trust and possibility. I tell you, just one heavy meal, undigested poop in the stomach is enough to break your trust. That doesn't need much. To build your trust takes life. Devotion,
feeling connection is something extraordinary. The great power of the being. Understand? Your devotion to Paramashiva literally becomes a power protecting you and manifesting Paramashiva in you. Listen. It is too easy to give your own reasons for my happening. You can create your own ideas of how I am happening, and you can even add your own facts and figures for my happening, and you can give your own reasons for my happening. Listen. Listen carefully. When I enter into your dream to wake you up, your dream cognizes me. You can never cognize real me. The delusion you are in, based on that you cognize me. Understand? Whenever Guru appears, the right way to relate with Guru is devotion. Because any cognition will be lower. Good or bad, your cognitions are lower than the existence of the Guru. He is there to wake you up and raise you to the higher state. Devotion, if you just keep the bhakti alive, if you protect your bhakti, bhakti will protect you forever from everything. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. Protect your bhakti, bhakti will protect you from everything. That's all I have done in my life. I have protected my bhakti to Paramashiva, and he is protecting me forever from everything. I have protected my bhakti to Paramashiva, and he is protecting me forever from everything. Understand? Nothing to be worried. Don't bother about anything. Just intensely keep your devotion alive. Devotion is a method to manifest powers 24 hours. 24 hours. Devotion is the way to manifest powers 24 hours. I have seen that. I have seen that happening. Devotion is the way to manifest powers 24 hours.
Beautifully, Gita says, 4th chapter, 9th sloka, Janma karma chame divyam evam yo veti tattvataha tyaktva deham punarjanma naiti mamedi sorjunaha. O Arjuna, the one who knows the divinity of my happening and divinity of my actions in its true nature will not take one more birth after leaving the body and will get into me the supreme consciousness. Manushyanam sahasreshu kaschit yadadi siddhaye yadadamabi siddhanam kaschinmam vetti tattvataha. It's the 7th chapter, 3rd sloka, Bhagavad Gita. Among thousands of men, rare one endeavors for perfection, even of the perfected ones who are diligent. One perchance recognizes who I am. Recognizing the identity of an incarnation is the fulfillment, completion of life. That's it. Bhaktya mamabhijanati yavan yaschasmi tattvataha tato mam tattvato jnatva vishate tadanantaram. Bhagavad Gita's 18th chapter, 55th sloka. By devotion he knows me in reality what and who I am. Then having known me in reality, he forthwith enters into the Supreme. I am not here to teach you. I am here to initiate you. My initiation will teach you. Every day I come to satsang not to teach you, but to initiate you, to give you the Shakti Pada. Actually, to give you my smile, to love you. My love, my initiation will teach you. Your bhakti is your internet connection. My love for you is my internet connection. My uplink connection is my love for you. Your download connection is your bhakti for me. The connection actually happening is Shakti Pada, initiation. I am here just to love you. My love will teach you. I am here just to initiate you. My initiation will teach you. I am not here to teach you. I am here to love you. Every morning I am here just to say, I love you guys. How are you? Doing well? Why you did not shave? Why there is no vibhuti in the face? Why did you put the round kumkum? Why can't you put the Trinetra Tilak? I am here just for that. That's all is my whole satsang. That's all is my whole satsang. Listen. Greatest that can happen to human being is this conscious reality becoming the existence, part of your existence. Listen. This conscious reality can be part of your existence if you have a direct feeling connection, Guru Bhakti. It can just like a jumping of the flame, transmission of the lamp. Hey, Paramashiva is real. Over. You just know. Swamiji said it. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva is real. And based on that
your whole cognitive shift happens, your existence shifts. From that reality, you cognize, exist, act, manifest, gravitate, do everything. I tell you, Ramakrishna says beautifully, just by, see, the first teaching of Ramakrishna, if you have read his Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna book, the first word of Ramakrishna and last word of Ramakrishna is one and the same. He says, by remembering your Ishta or Guru, means your God or Guru, if the tears roll in your eyes, this is last Janma for you. This is the first word and last word of Ramakrishna. And nobody gave you glycerin. Nobody asked you to remember your mother-in-law. Nobody asked you to remember the pains of your life. And the instruction was not remember all the pains and incompletions of your life. No. It means the energy in which you are sailing, you might have started with imagination, but it has hit to the space of which is more real than real for you. Now, with all integrity you can say, I know I am Mahadeva more than how much this world is real. How much this mic is real, how much the person who is sitting next to me is real, how much this throne is real, how much the person who is sitting in this throne is real, how much these deities are real for you. That much that Shivoham is real. Understand? Now the next thing will happen is, even that Shivoham will become more deeper real than this. So at that time, it will not just be tears, this whole area will become so sweet. This area, as if just the honey was just poured into your mouth and your mouth is locked. The honey is just sitting. Then you will see that Shivoham has become more real than anything you perceive. From Shivoham, when you start perceiving everything, it's enlightenment. Feeling the whole world is inside you is what we call in the Shastras embodiment of being Devi. The mother, Jagat Janani, who is the mother of the whole universe. When you see a living master, suddenly the click happens. Oh God, what I was fantasizing and visualizing and enjoying by remembrance is walking on the ground with the human body. What I read in the Puranas, Bhagavata and scriptures and enjoying by remembering is walking, is living in the human body on the planet Earth. That click, when it happens, your bhakti will become Guru Bhakti. Understand? Deva Bhakti will become Guru Bhakti. The connection, suddenly you will see exactly the same divine, same God, same energy walking in the planet Earth in front of you in the human body. That is why when a living master happens, if you are already devoted to Shiva, you will see Shiva in him. If you are devoted to Krishna, you will see Krishna in him. If you are devoted to Devi, you will see Devi in him. If you are devoted to any other master who left the body, you will see that same master in him. He is a fulfillment of all your visualizations and expectations and beyond. That is why you will see all those dimensions in him. All those dimensions expressing in the human body. Deva Bhakti will become Guru Bhakti.
This is the sixth standard. Blessed are those who experience the state of Deva Bhakti transforming into Guru Bhakti. Maitriyadishu balani sutra, just 2 words. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as, by practicing samyama on friendship, mercy, etc., the yogi excels in respective qualities. By making, Swami Prabhavananda translates as, by making samyama on friendliness, compassion, etc., one develops the powers of these qualities. Swami Sachidananda translates as, by samyama on friendliness and other such qualities, the power to transmit them is obtained. Love. Vast, huge ocean. The subject, which will taste different from different banks or beaches. It's like an ocean, tastes in different, looks different in different places, feels different in different beaches. This emotion also, you can't even use the word emotion. There is a question here. Is love just another emotion? It is not emotion, it is yen motion. It is the energy which makes motion happen in you towards enlightenment, from enlightenment towards enlightenment. When the glimpse of enlightenment starts in you and motions you towards enlightenment, the ultimate enlightenment, between that period, what you experience is called love. Sweet experiences of love constantly reminds you when you open up. I'm not talking about only romantic love, which is towards one person. I am talking about the love suddenly opens up in you towards whole and your very self. Rarely you will fall in love with yourself. The yellow journalist who is sitting inside you, constantly writing articles and editorials about you, is damned for love. The fear he creates about love is not protection for you, it is destruction for you. Dam is not a protection for river, it is a destruction for river. Only embankment is a protection for river. Love is embankment. Logic is dam. Do samyama on love. That is what Patanjali says. Means sit and meditate on the intense, beautiful inner space you go through when you are in love with you and with the whole. Understand? Here, Patanjali is not saying contemplate on the love which was directed towards one person. No. When at some time you just feel so good about being you, being who you are, but it happens very rarely. That's a big problem.
If you are feeling deeply good at, wow, I am really worthy. I am really worthy of what I am. I am really worthy of life. I am really worthy of whatever is happening around me. When you are experiencing the love for yourself, suddenly you will experience that love for the whole. You will see then everybody, everything is worthy of what they are. The whole. When the love is experienced towards you by you, you will suddenly experience that towards the whole. So meditate on that love. Surely every one of you would have experienced that kind of moments at least few times in your life. When you feel love towards you and the love towards the whole, everything, you feel like blessing everybody and everything. Do samyama on that inner space. Not just the love directed towards one person. That may have its own investments, vested interests and all that. That is okay, nothing wrong. But that is not supposed to be the ultimate, or Patanjali does not expect you to do samyama on that. Do samyama on the love experience which you had towards you, towards the whole. You will just exhale, radiate those qualities. Not only that, you will be able to transmit those qualities by your very presence. Please understand. If you are able to live without food one day, it's a power to control, controlling power. If you are able to live without food forever, it is not ability to control, it's a mystical power. Same way, if you are able to show love little bit once in a while, it is a social emotion. But ever loving, radiating love is mystical power. Understand, love, ability to love is a mystical power. Ability to love will happen in you only when you are able to be in the space of completion. Ability to be in the space of completion only if you can complete and establish yourself in the space of completion. The ability to love becomes a reality in you. Please listen. Most of the time, you think the external world is responsible for your incompletion. Yesterday, one of my ashramites was asking me, when everyone is doing so many mistakes, never become responsible, how can I be complete? Such a foolish question. Others, the external world is not responsible for our incompletion. First thing you need to know. Second, not even partly responsible. See, many of us agree the external world is not completely responsible for my incompletion, but that is also partly cooperating with for my incompletion. No, which is not true. External world fully or partly or even a little bit not responsible for your incompletions. Understand? I am making a cosmic penal code statement. CPC. External world is neither fully nor partially or even little bit responsible for any of our incompletions. Please understand, incompletion by its very nature starts sprouting, growing, establishing itself only in your inner space. Its roots never comes to the external world. Please understand. Sometimes we think, no, the incompletion has grown in the inner world only, but its roots are now established in the outer world. No. All the layers and layers and layers of incompletions you carry. See, when I say layers and layers and layers of incompletions, let me define and explain. First, you will feel, I have so many incompletions, I am completing with it. Then, no, how many times you complete, you are not going to complete, these incompletions are going to come back to you. That's one more incompletion. No, how much ever I try, I may complete even with this, but tomorrow again I will forget I completed and I will remember only my incompletions. What will happen to that? That next layer. Like this layers and layers and layers of incompletions you carry, listen. All layers are rooted only in your inner space. Even the branch or the hanging root of your incompletions don't come to the external world. First thing you need to know, your incompletions are always established in your inner space. This means many times others forgive you and forget you because you are not that big guy. But you can't forgive you because for you, you are a big guy. Understand? For others, you are not a big guy. Because you are not a big guy, they don't care about you. Many times they just forget the incompletions related to you. Many times they don't care. But you don't forgive you. You don't forgive you. Because you are too big for you. You are too big for you. All the time you are thinking only about you. All the time you are centered only about you. When you wake up, you only remember you. Till you go to bed, you only remember you. Because of the constant remembrance of you, you remember even small incompletions deeply, very deeply. Understand? Even the smallest incompletions you carry in you, you remember it very deeply. The ability to forgive yourself is the first quality to start loving. Please understand. Only if you can forgive yourself, if you can complete with yourself, love starts. Only then love starts expressing itself. Love starts happening in you. Love can happen only when you are in the space of completion. Listen. The ability to forgive yourself, ability to love yourself, ability to live with yourself, ability to be with yourself. It's actually a power. Whatever I am describing, please understand it is not a quality, it is a power. Once in a while, showing love or having love is a quality, but being in love forever is a power. Understand, only when you are established in the space of completion, you will understand this statement, love is a power. It's a power. I tell you, once you develop that power, you can complete anybody. You can play with that power. That is the greatest protection you can have in your life. Because even lion will lose its vengeance in front of you. Snake will lose its venom in front of you. Any enemy will lose his enmity, which is a weapon with which he is trying to attack you. He will lose it. So enmity is the first weapon. Anybody need to have to kill you, to attack you. All other weapons are secondary weapons. Analyze, what are you thinking? What is moving you? What are you worshipping? What is in the center of your heart? Paint it. Don't try to paint Shiva. Find out why you are worshipping Shiva. That only you are really worshipping. Understand? When the devotion, feeling connection happens, you being showered with what you want is different. When there is a gambling game is going on, your so-called devotion is different. When you build your mind on perishable, your life will be logical. If you build your mind on imperishable, your life will be magical. That's all is essence of today's satsang. Whether you want to live a logical life or magical life, you decide. If you understand. With anything you feel connected, love. Your biomemory starts meditating on it constantly and it becomes that. For example, an egg from chicken is taught to meditate on snake. Snake will come out of the egg. See, Prahlada came out of Hiranyakashipu. Now, with the feeling connection, falling in love, or I should say rising in love with the Guru, the unknown parts of you, which is 99.99, is all the time sitting with me, or I am sitting on it and hatching it.
All the parts of you which is in love with me, I am hating it. All the parts of you which is in love with you, you are hating it. That part gets just hatched and you become me. So feeling connection or Guru Bhakti is like a quantum way of manifesting Sadashivatva. It is not logical or breadth, it's a depth way of manifesting Sadashivatva. See my Balasans, not just manifesting powers. Talk to them, every statement, their body language, everything will be literally mine. How many of you have observed that? It's like my DNA. That is because of the raising in love. So raising in love or feeling connection is kind of a, see, inch by inch, burning all the karmas, or just put the forest fire. Feeling connection is just put the forest fire. If I have to sit and convince you step by step, yes, we will do it. When? I'll only be your retirement entertainment story. When you are retired, you will call all your grandkids, great grandkids, or the neighbor kids and tell a story in those days, long, long ago. Once upon a time, get little coffee, and then you will continue the story. If I have to be sitting and convincing, I can convince. I am ready. I can sit and go on be giving satsangs. But I will only be your old age retirement story. But if you catch it, yes, already established the authenticity of the system day one. Yes, established is adhikaratva to teach. Now after this, asking him to show the ID card every time is waste of time. Understand? Now it is waste of time. It is time to jump over, fall head over heels and go with it and make it happen. When you decide to fast track your Sadashivatva, that's what I call feeling connection. See, nothing wrong initially waiting for logical, convincing conclusion. But when you know already, I have established and demonstrated successful cases from your background. If I do, you know, you will push me out. You are different, you are different. Okay. So I am not doing. I am picking up people from you. They have done the demo. So I have established the authenticity of the system. Then it is time to go head over heels, all over, and make it happen. Deciding to go head over heels and fast track your Sadashivatva, manifestation of Sadashivatva, is what I call feeling connection or Guru Bhakti. See, ultimately I am telling you, your Guru Bhakti, I am asking not for me to enjoy. I will just turn it and make it as Atma Bhakti and give it back to you. When you complete with GDHD, I will complete with your SDHD. That's all. I will just turn the energy, make it into your Atma Bhakti. It's like a cub bringing fresh grass for lion. Is he going to have a lunch or dinner with that grass? He may act in front of the cub, not to disappoint the cub. See, I am eating, and he will turn this side and maybe he will keep it there for the next cubs to come and have lunch. 1 or 2 meals they need to have before they realize they are lion. That's all. Understand? Somebody asked me in the Facebook from the Sadashivoham team only, how do you handle all that attention and adulation? I am not. I am not receiving, I am only just turning it into your Atma Bhakti. Everything showered on me, the Bhakti, everything, I just turn that into your Atma Bhakti. Guru Bhakti is recommended only to be returned with multiple times. I should say it is more like a investment, not like giving it away. Always Guru Bhakti turns into Atma Bhakti. Yes, actually all you need to do is as much as possible engage yourself in depth creation. Length and breadth automatically happens. People who created length and breadth neither will have length and breadth nor have depth. People who generated depth will have depth and length and breadth. First thing I should say, I am not end up, I am startup. When I enter into your life, I am not end up, I am startup. That's the first thing. Second thing, see, you should look at the whole thing. The word end up is wrong. The word startup is right. Now this answers your remaining part of the question. Always with startup, the depth increases, everything else follows.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashhivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the Oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivang, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivam, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign.
We can now relax as we enter into the internalization exercise on how to surrender. So let's prepare ourselves for this internalization exercise. Understand what is the source of ego and arrogance. The I experience is from mind. Yes. But due to the delusion of the lust, you start feeling mind is from I and constantly try to legitimize decision of mind as the decision of I. So now we'll be looking in and how often are you attributing your decision of mind to the decision of I. For example, some small chemical imbalances in your body, hormonal imbalances in your system, if they decide something, it is decision of mind, not decision of I, but you pick those and attribute them to you and start thinking it is a decision of I. Then you execute it.
So how to go past ego, how to go past arrogance and the incompletions of I and mine. Number one, don't own anything. So nothing can give a reason for your provision of I. Your I has to be just dependent on I. The mind cannot be the foundation ground for I. Number two, the biggest illusion you need to handle in this life is there is something other than you. There is nothing else. Everything is one. We are all one. So you need to understand the biggest illusion you need to handle in this life, that there is something other than you. We are in oneness and in you. Third, renounce the idea of I and mine and just celebrate whatever is. So just enjoy what you have, celebrate what you have. Renounce the idea of I and mine. Number four, everything is part of you, so be part of it. Everything is part of you. Yeah, we are one, so be part of it. Number five, go on, let every decision you make, every thought you entertain, every word you utter, every word and every action you do, let it be based on Advaita, oneness.
So let's enter into the internalization. Then write down in which areas of life you are experiencing a continuous pull and how it impacts your inner spirit. Write down all the opinions others have expressed about you and decide to surrender the whole thing. So let's take a few minutes and let's enter into this internalization technique. Now slowly you can relax from this internalization state. Understand only when you surrender, you are established in the oneness. And you can surrender only when you have that keeping alive in you. Only when you have that keeping alive in you, you'll be able to surrender. That's why Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, himself shares from his own life. What made me successful is my gurus still tell me something, I apply Karna, Dana, Nyaya and do it immediately. It means before the duality, the second line of thought grows inside my system, I just do my Guruvak, execute word and instruction from the Guru. With Guruvak, your relationship should be very clear. Karna, Dhyana, Nyaya. Karna, Dhyana, Nyaya.
So let us enter into a short exercise. Take one instance in your life, and from your understanding, how you broke a pattern by following Guruvak in your life. So write an instance in your life where you had, from your own understanding, where you had a pattern and you broke the pattern down by following Guruvak. So let us gather a piece of paper and a pen, and let us write this down. So this is the exercise that we need to write down. Question everyone, let us gather pen and paper. And let us start with this exercise. So we'll be displaying the start view. Okay, so let's
Now let's identify the instances. Think of a specific situation in your life where you felt stuck in a repetitive pattern, like procrastination, negative thoughts, unhealthy relationships. Write down what pattern was and how it affected you. So let's take a few moments.
Now, identify a specific saying or teaching from Guru Bhakti, from Swamiji, that resonated with you at the time you decided to make a change. Write down the saying and how you understood it in the context of your situation. For example, The Guruvak, a journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step, reminded me that starting tasks, no matter how small, can lead to significant progress. Let us continue.
Now, reflect on how you apply the teachings to break the pattern and what actions do you take. Write down the steps you took as influenced by the Guru. For example, I started by breaking my assignment into small tasks. Instead of looking at the entire project, I focused on completing just the first section each day. So please continue.
Next, consider and write about the effects of breaking this pattern. How did it change your life, your behavior, your mindset? Reflect on any positive outcomes that resulted from your action. For example, by completing tasks gradually, I reduced my stress and received better grades. I felt more in control and motivated for future assignments. Let's continue. It's, you know, let us summarize the experience that you learned from it. What you learn from it, how can this understanding help you in other areas of your life? Write down any additional thoughts or realizations that emerged from this reflection. For example, I learned that taking small actionable steps can lead to significant change. This realization empowers me to tackle other areas of my life where I feel stuck, such as my fitness goals. Let us continue.